Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today we are going to dive into one of the best and demanded application, student attendance tracking. And this application we are completely building from the scratch and it's completely beginner friendly. So let's walk through the application first and then we'll check what are the technology we use to develop this beautiful application. If you see on the screen, we have this beautiful dashboard where you will see all the analytics and status of the given students attendance system. On the screen you will see the total student register for the standard call fifth and for the given month. Then it will show how much total student present and how much total student absent in the percentage form. Here you have option to select a different date, and not only that, but you can even select the given month. You can just switch the month and depends on that one it will also update your graph. With the help of graph library we gonna use this beautiful bar chart along with this beautiful donut and pie chart. If I hover on this one, you will see the status, number of student present on a given day and how much student are absent in a given day. From this one you can even change the standard and boom, it will automatically change this layout and it calculate depends on the selection of your class or grade. From here you can even select the different month and you can switch from one month to other months, and obviously as I say it also change the layout. Now let's go to the student section where you can add a new student. So you have option here to add a new student information. You can select the grade on which student are enrolled along with some other information. One student added inside our student list. Here we have integrated this beautiful grid. Also along with that it has a beautiful option for the pagination. Okay, you can even go from one page to another page with the help of pagination. Also if you want to search on any of this value you can just search like a charm. See how easily search. Not only that, but we give option to search on each column with this beautiful functionality, and that you can learn everything from the scratch. And I'm going to tell you how easily we can add this one. Now moving forward to the attendance system, which is the core part of this application. Now let's go to attendance, and here you can just search for the given month, then given grade, and then you can click search and boom, this is the one of the best attending tracking attendance system you will find on the internet. So here you will see we have the list of students for the given grade, and then for each of this day obviously we calculate the 31 day for the given month, right? So currently it's a May, and for May we have the 31 different column in order to track the attendance. Now as soon as you mark the attendance it will show you the pop-up or toast message saying okay, student ID 1 mark as present. Okay, and obviously this will we gonna store it inside our database. If you want to uncheck it, you can uncheck it and boom, it will again say that mark as a absent. Okay, and that's how easily we add it. Now obviously you will see all the information at one place. You can even track until a given month. If you want to switch to the next month, just go there, search it, and boom, it will open the new tracking for the June month. Okay, not only that, but you can even select the different grade, search it, and now for that particular grade, right, we have only 2 students registered, that's why it's showing only 2 students for the 6th grade and for the month of May. So guys, that's how easily we are going to implement this application, and everything you gonna learn from the scratch, starting from the authentication, because with the help of authentication service we added the social as well as username and password authentication inside our application. And one of the best thing about this application that all of this information we are storing inside our MySql database with the help of Drizzle ORM. And I will make sure that this application will be user friendly and beginner friendly and very easy to implement. I will also tell you this particular project you will not find on the internet. Not only that, but you will also learn how to connect Drizzle ORM with the MySql, and this particular tutorial is very important because you will not find anywhere on a YouTube or on a Google. Let's talk about the technologies. Now, to build this application, we are going to use React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS. Along with that, as I say, we are going to use MySql to store data and Drizzle ORM along with the kind authentication. So let's get started. Let's talk about the today's video sponsor, Hostinger. Hostinger is only brand in India to provide an affordable hosting with a great feature like free domain, email and unlimited services. The Hostinger service is just start with 149 per month, and in that you will get 2 months of extra free services if you buy for a 12 month or 24 month or 48 months service. Now, Hostinger provide a 100 of website to host it, 100 GB of SSD storage, unlimited free SSL, unlimited bandwidth, free mail, and most important, you will get a free domain worth of 800 rupees value. Now they also have different plan. You can go the one which you are like it. Now, as I told you, they also provide a different services like web hosting, cloud hosting, VPS hosting, and business email. You can even buy domains. They also have an option to for WordPress hosting and WooCommerce hosting. I'm using their services from last 4 to 5 years and I never face any issue. But still, Hostinger give you the 30-day money back guarantee and 24 by customer support. Now, if you want to buy the Hostinger service, then you can use my code TubeGuruji and you will get exclusive 10% flat discount. The code and the link of this Hostinger and the coupon code is in the description. Go ahead and try it. Just one more important thing, that this code will applicable only for 12-month services or more than that. Now for our application, we are going to use Hostinger and we are going to use MySql database from the Hostinger to connect our application, so that whatever data we want to store, we will store inside our MySql database and which we are hosting on the Hostinger. So without doing any further delay, let's click on the link in the description, try this out, give a try and use the coupon code TubeGuruji to get extra 10% off on your value at the checkout. In order to create a React application, we are going to use Next.js, which is the React framework for the web application. It provides a lot of functionality and it makes our application much easier to develop as well. So let's go to the nextjs.org and you can see this is the official website and you will see all the features and the documentation as well. So in order to create the application, you will see this command line. So let's go to the project, go to the folder where you want to create the project and open a terminal at that folder. Then just type npx create next app at latest, the same command which I just showed you, right? And then click enter. So then it will ask you that do you want to proceed, say yes, and then you need to give the project name. Here I will say student attendance tracking, and it asks some question like would you like to use TypeScript, say no, the ESLint, say no, the Tailwind CSS, say yes. So it with the creation of this application, it also install Tailwind CSS automatically, so you don't need to install Tailwind CSS again. Then the source directory, say no, the app router, say yes, and the import alias, say no. And now if you see, it installing some dependency like React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like Post CSS and the Tailwind CSS. Now we'll wait to create this complete application. And now if you see, our application is ready. Now close this window and then open a VS Code. Now open a folder where you just created this particular project. So in this case, I will open the project folder, the Next.js and the student attendance tracking. and say yes, I trust the author. Now over here on the left hand side you will see a bunch of folders and file. Let's walk through the step one by one. So first thing, we have the app folder where we gonna keep all our files, the screens, means the pages and all. So most of the time we will work inside this folder. Inside that we have this global CSS. So whatever the CSS which applied throughout the application will keep inside this particular file. Then layout.js file, which is the starting point of our application. So if you see, we have this metadata which is very helpful for the SEO purpose. Then we have HTML and body tag, which is help us to display the page. So whatever the pages we want to show it, right, it will render through this children component. Okay. Then we have the page.js file, which is the default page for this application. So once we run the application, you will get to know. Then we have the node module. So we not going to touch any time, because whatever the dependency we install, that dependency packages will be inside this node module. Then we have the public folder in which we are going to store all our assets, images or font or all of these things. So once you define that, or once you save any images inside this public folder, you can directly access it inside your application. So you don't need to give a complete path. So you will get to know once we start developing the application. Then we have JS config and then next config .mjs file, which is help us to configure related to the Next.js application. Then package.json file, which contain the name and version of the application along with the scripts to run build the application. Here obviously you can change anytime if you want. Then you will see the dependency which is installed for this application and some dev dependency as well. And the last we have the post css and the tailwind.config.js file. So inside the tailwind.config.js file, which is all the configuration related Tailwind CSS. Now if you see inside this content, you will see the pages and component app folder has it's mentioned in there, right? It means in that particular folder you can able to add the Tailwind CSS. But if you define some folder outside of this particular folder or path, right, then you have to make sure that you will add that inside the content if you want to use Tailwind CSS. Okay. Now let's go to the terminal and click new terminal and we will run the app. So in order to run the application, you just need to type npx run and dev, and then it will, okay, so it asks us to run. Okay, say yes, and wow, we got one error. So my bad, we add a npm run dev. No, I put the npx, so it's supposed to be npm run dev, and if you see, it opened the port 3000 on the URL localhost. So open this particular URL on web browser and boom, you will see the default web page on your application. Okay, so just ignore this line and let's go to the app folder. So inside the app folder we have this page.js file, which I told you that this is the default page for our application, right? Now I will clean this all of this code, okay, and just I will put the empty div tag, and if I save it, you will see nothing on the screen. Now if I write something in the h2 tag, for example, subscribe to TubeGuruji, and save it, you will see the text called subscribe to TubeGuruji. So as soon as I save this file, it automatically render it on the screen. Okay, now you see this line, right, this gradient lines. So that's because in the globals.css inside the root, right, they added this background start RGB and end RGB. So I will remove this one and save it, and boom, if you see, now we have perfect white clean background along with the text. Okay, so that's how you can run your application. Now next thing, we want to add one library called ShadCN. So ShadCN is popular Tailwind CSS library, and it provides a bunch of different components, predefined component, and it's very easy to use and very lightweight. So in many of my projects, I already use this ShadCN. So go to the ui.shadcn.com, which is the official website, and then go to the documentation. Here you will see the installation. Click on that one and select the appropriate framework. So in this case, it's a Next.js for us. Now as we already created the project, so we'll skip this step, and this is the command in order to install the shared CN. Okay, so let me open this and open a terminal. So I will add a new terminal over here and then paste this shared CN command to install. Right now it will ask you, would you like to use which style, right, default or New York. So you can select the default or New York, is up to you. I will select here the base color as a neutral, and would you like to use the CSS variable for colors, so say yes. And now it's installing the dependency, and boom, now our shared CN is installed in our application. Now over here, as soon as you install the shared CN, right, here two more files get created. One is the components. So whenever you install any components in order to use in your application, that time inside the component, that particular component get added. And the leaf file contains this util.js file. Obviously we are not going to touch anytime. And along with that, you will see the component.json file, okay, which is again related to a shared CN configuration. And another important thing, in tailwind.config.js, you will see there is some colors code get added, like primary, secondary color, destructive. Okay, so this is get added by the shared CN only. Now in order to use any component through the shared CN, right, go to this component section, and here you will see a bunch of different components. Okay, let's try one called button, the simplest one. Okay, now in order to use a shared CN button, you just need to install this button component first. So I will copy this one, and inside the terminal I will just paste it here like this. Okay, and then you will see the button is installed now. Okay, now if I go to this component folder again, you will see that inside the UI folder the button component get added. Right now here obviously you can make changes according to your requirements. Okay, most of the time I never touch this, but if you want to add some customization to the shared CN component, you can do that. Now if I want to add a button, just type button, and if you see this button is getting added from the component /UI/button, and then you can write a text, whatever text you want to show. And if I say subscribe, and if I save it, let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, now we have the beautiful button. So in this case, see, with the help of that shared CN component, you don't need to write any other code to display the button like this. Okay, perfect. Now another important thing over here is that you can change the primary color. Currently the primary color is neutral, is kind of black, and if I want to change the primary color, so let's go to the tailwind.config.js, and inside here you will see the primary color. Okay, the default primary color. For example, if you want to change it, just use the hash code, whatever the hash code you want to use. So in this case I will use this hash code. Okay, and then save it, and immediately on the screen you will see the change. See, now whenever you use the text primary, it will get this particular color which we already defined inside the Tailwind. Same way you can change for a secondary and destructive and all other. I will keep everything as it is, okay, except this primary one. So that's all about this project setup. Okay, next we're gonna focus on the authentication part. Now let's talk about the app authentication flow. So whenever teacher open our application, it will redirect it to a login screen, and then user has to enter the credential, so that we can give a different authentication option, like Gmail or username, password. Okay, and then our application will check whether the credential is valid or not. If it's valid, then it will redirect it to a dashboard. Otherwise we will deny the access. So it's simple authentication flow. So in order to add authentication in our application, we are going to use a kind authentication service provider. So kind authentication service provider, which is the best alternative for the clerk. So if you use the clerk, then kind is also very similar, and most important, kind is very easy to use as well. It provides a lot of different feature, and main important thing about this one, that you have a lot of different social and dev authentication service provider. Also, it is free to use, so up to 10,500 user it's free. Okay, so for developer purpose or for the small businesses, Kind is the best option. So if you don't have an account, create a new account, and once you create a new account, you will launch or you will redirect it to a dashboard page like this. Right now I already have some of the application which is created, but here you can even switch a business, so you can add your own business. Okay, so I already added each business for each application, but here you have option to add it. So I will click add business. Here I will give the name student attendance tracking. I will keep this is the domain name. Okay, and you can select the region which is nearby you, and then click save. So here I think name is too big, so we'll give like this only, and then click save. Once your business is created, just open it. Okay, so just click on this one and it will jump to this particular page where it gives option to create a new project. So right now obviously we want to start a project from the scratch. Then click next. We have to select the appropriate framework. So in this case we will select the Next.js, then click next, and then here you have option to enable different sign-in. For example, if you only want email, you can have option to enable with the email, but I will select the Google as well. And if you want more, you can just explore more as well. See, now obviously later on as well you can add it. Okay, and then once you select this one, click next, and here you have option, right, to we can just go to the documentation to connect our Next.js application. You can use the Next.js starter kit as well. So I will explore my own space, that's fine. And here you will see our application. Okay, just open this application and you can even change the name. So here I will change the name to student attendance tracking. The framework obviously is Next.js. Okay, so I will keep as it is, and there are some option to add the callback URL. Obviously we will add it later on. First thing, let's go to this Next.js documentation, and here you will see all the steps in order to add the kind authentication in our application. So we'll do one by one. So once you set up your kind authentication in their dashboard, you have to jump to the documentation, and first thing you need to do is to install the kind SDK inside our Next.js application. So this is the command line. So copy this one and then go back to a project. So I will open it side by side. And then inside a new terminal, so open a terminal. Here I will clear this one and paste it here and click enter. Now it will install the kind authentication for the Next.js, and then the next step is to add the callback URL. Okay, so right now we are running on the local, right, and our URL is localhost 3000. But once you are in the production, make sure to update and add the callback URL inside the kind dashboard. Okay, so for example, in this case, right, we just need to add this callback URL which is already added, but as I say, once it is in production, here you have to update. Obviously by end of this tutorial, once we deploy our application, I will also inform you how to update it. Then we also have the logout redirect URL which is already added here. Now if you scroll down, these are the some environment variable which we need to add. So you can just copy this one and go to the our root directory, and here I will create a new file called .env.local. So all our environment variable we will keep in this particular folder. Now first thing, we need to add the client ID. So if I go to the kind dashboard, right, here you will find the client ID. So copy this one and then simply paste it here. Then we need a client secret, so make sure you will use yours. Okay, and paste it here. Then we want to issue a URL, this means the particular domain, so copy this domain and then paste it here. Okay, and that's all. So obviously the site URL, once you deploy your application, you have to update with the production one. The redirect URL after logout I will keep as it is, and the login redirect URL I will keep this as it is, because we are going to create a new route called dashboard, and that's the reason I will keep everything as it is. Let's save this one and again go back to our application. Next thing, we are using the app routing, right? So that's the reason we need to create this particular path and this file called kind.route.js. So do one thing, let's copy this particular path. Okay, so this is simplest way that I'm going to tell you, and inside this project directory, inside the app folder, click on this create plus file and paste this particular path. So it will automatically create the folder, okay, along with the path and the file as well. See, route.js. Now inside this route.js, you have to just paste these 2 lines of code. Oh, my bad. And save it. Next, if you scroll down, this is the sign up and sign in button that you can add it in your application. Now let me close all of this tab for now, and now I will open the page.js, which is our default page where if you remember, we added this button called subscribe and all. Here I will add this login link and sign up link, and also make sure to import this login link from this kind authentication Next.js import, and same with this register link, and then save it. Okay, so that's all, and you are ready to go. Now if I go back to our application, here right now we got this error that create contact is not a function, because this particular page is on the server side. We have to convert it into a client side, so that's the reason you have to change this to as a use client and save it. And now if you see, we have these 2 buttons. One is sign in and one is sign up. Now if I click on sign up or sign up, it will redirect it to the authentication screen. Boom, like this. See, now you have option to email, or you can log in with the Google, right? So that's how you can add the kind authentication. Now if you want to change this UI of this particular login screen, you can do it using this kind dashboard. So let's go to this home page. Okay, so right now I will say okay, and here you have option called design. Inside the design, you can upload your own logo, along with you can customize the color combination of the buttons, the background, and all of these things. Not only that, but you can even modify a particular pages like sign in and sign up page. For example, if I want to edit this particular page, if I scroll down, okay, you have this title text, you can change that one. You have subtitle if you want to add, and the button format and everything you can update it from here. So it's up to you how you want to modify your application. Okay, so we have the sign up button, you can have confirm sign up and sign up page, and there are a lot of things that you can explore inside the kind dashboard. Now let's go back to our application, and here if you see, in order to go to the login screen, we need to use a sign in and sign up button, right? But obviously what we need to do, as soon as user open our URL, right, which is dashboard URL, and as soon as it open it, we have to make sure that user has to first sign in to our application, because we are not building any landing page for now. From there user can jump to the login screen, right? But here in this case, as soon as user open the URL, we want to navigate to this login screen. So for that one, let's go to this kind documentation again, and instead of using these buttons, right, you can even redirect it through this redirect and URL. Okay, it's quite easy. So copy this command, and if I go back to page.js, right, I will remove all of this code because we don't really want it. And inside the home, I'm going to add use effect, and inside the use effect, I'm going to simply call this redirect, and I'm going to call this particular path in order to redirect to that particular screen, right? And make sure to import this redirect from this next/navigation like this. See, okay, and this is our home screen. Obviously, when first time user will only jump on this particular screen. Now let's save this one and then go back to our application. And now if I try to access localhost 3000, see, without doing anything, it redirect to the login screen. Okay, so that's how you can add or redirect to the login screen. Now another important thing in your application is to add a middleware. Okay, but before talking about the middleware, let me add a new route inside our application. So inside the app folder, in order to add a new route, right, we have to create a new folder. Now in this case, I want to add a new route, and we can call it as a localhost/dashboard, right? So currently if I enter this one, right, it's showing that 404 error and saying this page could not be found. Now if I go here, and in order to create that particular route, I need to create a new folder inside the app folder, and we can call it as a dashboard. Now inside dashboard, I'm going to create a two file, layout.jsx, we can call JS, and another file is page.js, okay, which is the dashboard page. Now layout, whatever the layout we added to the dashboard, that layout will be this particular file. So let's add a default template. Now if you observe, I use whenever I type RFC and click enter, I got this default template, right? So that you can that particular feature, you can use it through this VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet tool. So if I search this ES7 Redux React snippet tool, make sure to install this one, and along with that, make sure to install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense VS Code extension as well. Okay, it's quite helpful when you're writing the Tailwind CSS classes. Now let's update this layout and save it. Let's go to the page and also add this default template. I will change this to a dashboard and save it. Now inside the layout.js, right, make sure to pass it as a children, as a props, and here we'll render that one. So now this page will render through this layout, okay, and then this layout will render through this layout. Okay, so that's how it works. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to our application, and in this case, if you see, you have the dashboard page. But you observe, even though I'm not logged into the screen, I am still able to access this dashboard page, and that's what we don't want, right? We need to add the authentication to this particular path as well, and whatever the path comes after dashboard, we need to add authentication for that, and that's where the middleware play a very important role. So just type on Google Next.js middleware, and this is the routing middleware, very important file. And what it will do, it will check your route, and for that particular route, whether do you have authentication and to access that particular route or not, and if not, then it will redirect it to a login screen. If you have authentication, then only it allow you to go to that particular page, right? So in order to implement this middleware, right, it's very simple. You need to create a middleware.js file. So copy this text, means file name, inside the root directory, and then here select the JavaScript and copy this all of this content, and then paste it here, okay, and save it. Now once you add this middleware, right, obviously we have to connect this middleware with our kind authentication. So if I go here, and if you are on the right hand side, you will see this option called protecting routes. So over here we need to check whether user is authenticated or not. Okay, so this is the particular line of code to check is user is authenticated or not. So copy this one, add it here, and then simply we'll use this condition. If I scroll down, this one, this one I will use. Okay, so here I will check if is authenticated. If it's not authenticated, then it's supposed to redirect to a specific route. Okay, we'll update that route, but here as we are using await, so I will make this function as async. So and then we have to update with this particular route, or we can, let me check, I think that's correct, or yeah, we can use this route actually, and then instead of protected, we will just redirect it to the dashboard page. Okay, now if I save this one, and let's go back to the localhost 3000, and if I refresh this page, so still you are able to access it. Okay, the another change we need to add is the inside this matcher. So you have to mention which route you want to add authentication. So in this case we want to add a dashboard and all the route which come after dashboard. Okay, let's save this one. And now if I refresh this screen, boom, if you see, it's redirecting it, but we got the error obviously. So let's fix this error. So make sure to import this get server session. So if I go to this documentation again, so this particular import statement we need to add. So we'll add it here. Let's save it. And now if I refresh dashboard, see, now if I go to this localhost 3000, still is redirecting to login screen, or if I go to the dashboard, still it will ask me to redirect, or it asks me to sign in to this particular page. Okay, now let's sign in with the Google and select the account. Obviously you can sign in with the email as well. Okay, and it's saying that okay, we cannot find your account, do you want to create a new account? Say yes, create account, and it automatically do the sign up for and everything, and boom, if you see, we redirect it to a dashboard page. Just right now we have the text called page, right, and nothing else. Obviously later in the course we'll get to know how to use the user's information, or how to get the user information after authenticated with the kind. But now if I go to this kind dashboard, you will see that you have now one user, see. Okay, and now if I go to this user, so whatever user is authenticated, you will see this information as well when it log in and everything. Okay, so that's how you can add authentication in your application. So if you have any doubt, any question about the kind, or any question about the implementation or integration with the Next.js React application, let me know in the comment section. Now in this chapter we are going to add a theme for our application. So we are giving option to the user to select a light theme or the dark theme. So for that one we are using the shared CN theming section. If I go to this shared CN right here, we will see the dark mode. In order to implement the dark mode, because we already have the light mode, right, select the framework. So in this case Next.js. Here you need to install this Next themes. So copy this command, I will put in side by side, and inside the terminal I will add it here. So let's clean this one and paste it here. Okay, so once it installed, right, you have to go to the, or you have to create a new file called theme provider. Okay, so inside the app folder I will create a new file called theme provider.js, and inside this theme provider I will copy this all of this content and paste it here. Now as we are using JavaScript, so we don't need this type, and as well as this one as well, so I will remove it and then save it. Next thing, you need to wrap your children inside this theme provider. So I will copy this line of code, then go to the layout.js file, and over here inside this children you have to wrap this children inside this theme provider like this. Okay, and then make sure to import this theme provider from this theme provider, which, or the file which you just created. Okay, and if I scroll down, now this is the simple example. If you see, right, if I want to show dark mode, this is how it looks, light mode, this is how it looks. Okay, now let's save everything, and if I go to the code here, right, here you need to use this use theme hook wherever you want to add the theme, right. So let's copy this use theme hook, and now if I go to the dashboard where I want to use the theme, right, I will go to the page, I will add this use theme, make sure to import this use theme from the next theme, and you have to make sure that this particular page is on the client side, so make this as a use client. And just for the example, because this is just an example, later on we will add the theme, but right now if I go here, now inside this use effect I will just set the theme, and I want to set as a dark. Okay, now if I set the dark, save it, if I go here, see, it's showing the dark. If I change this to a light and save it, let me refresh it, boom, see, it's showing light. Okay, so that's how easily you can add the dark mode and the light mode into your application. You have another option called system. So depends on the what the system selected. System prefer theme color, depends on that one it will select. Okay, so that's how you can add the dark mode in your application. Now in this section we are going to implement a side navigation for our dashboard. So if you see on this mockup, we have this side navigation bar on the left hand side and the header on the top side. Now for the side navigation, we are going to add logo on the top, and then we have some menu options which we are going to iterate it. Okay, so on the click of that one, we are going to just update this particular section. Okay, so the side navigation bar and the header will be constant throughout the complete application once user authenticate to our application. So only content gonna change in this particular section. So let's go to our VS Code, and over here this is our application. Okay, now inside the dashboard folder I'm going to create a new folder, but here I'm going to create a name of the folder. I will write the name of the folder starting with the underscore. So once you define the name of the folder start with the underscore, then Next.js will not consider this as a route. And now I will give the folder name as a components. So all the components related to this dashboard I will keep inside this folder. So right now let's create a new component called SideNav.jsx, and another folder I will create and I will call it as a header.jsx. Now add the default template for the both the methods here as well, and then save it. Let me close all of these tabs. Now inside the layout.js we're gonna add these two components because we want to use, or we want to keep this side navigation and header throughout the application. So let's add one header, and inside that I will just add SideNav. Okay, and I will add another header, another div, and inside that I will render these children. Now for this side navigation I will define the class name, and when the screen size is medium I will add a width of 64. Okay, so obviously this width is 64 means it belong to 256 pixel in the CSS. Now I will make it as a fix, and when the screen size is smaller then I will hide this one, and obviously when the screen size is medium I will show it as a block. Okay, now let's save this one and let's go back to our application, and if you see now we have this page overlap on the SideNav because we mark this SideNav as a fix. Okay, so for this div now let's go to the class name. Here I will give on the medium screen size the margin left to 64. Okay, and that's all. And if I save this one, now if you see we have dedicated space for the SideNav, and then after that the page or the children get rendered. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the SideNav, and over here first thing I will do is to add a class name, and here I'm going to add a border, then shadow medium, and save it. And right now if you see we have this line, but let's give the height as the screen and save it. Oops, this need to be a screen. Perfect. And if you see now we have this beautiful side navigation bar. Now for the example purpose, let me bring this on the right hand side. So I will do like this. Right now if you see the side navigation is invisible, but let me put this in this way so that we can test side by side. So for now I will remove this condition and this one as well. Okay, just for the testing purpose. So now we have this dedicated side navigation bar. Perfect. So next we need to add a logo first. So let's go to the side navigation bar, and for the logo I'm going to use the logo placeholder from the logo psum, and then I will select the one logo. So if you see we have this bunch of logo, it's free to use. It consists of SVG file. So select the logo. So right now I will select this one. So once you click it, it will copy the svg code, and then inside your public folder you can create a new file called logo.svg and just paste this code and then save it. Now in order to add a logo, obviously we'll use the image tag from the next/image. Okay, and then inside that let's add a source, and you can just provide the file name /file name. So in this case logo.svg. So obviously Next.js will automatically detect or automatically find this logo.svg file inside the public folder. Now for this image, we'll give the width of 180 and then height of 50, and also I'm going to give alt tag as a logo. Let me bring this down and then save it, and boom, now you have, if you see on the right hand side on the screen, we are showing the logo. Now for this div I'm going to add a padding of 5 as well. Perfect. Right now if you see, we have the page is showing on the screen, but that's fine because we added some of the code from here just for the to show the side navigation on the smaller screen. Next we need to add a menu list, right? So for that one I'm going to create a new menu list constant, and inside that I will define the list of menus. Okay, so here we'll say, for example, id1, we'll say name as a dashboard first, then icon I'm going to add. Now this icon you can add it from one library which is already installed in your application once when you install the shadcn, and the library name is a lucid.dev. Okay, this is very rich icon library which is already inside your application and very easy to use. So you can check all the icon, you can find any icon and you can just use that one. So let me show you how to use that one. So for example, for this dashboard you want to use some kind of layout icon. So if I type the layout icon, see this layout icon, and it is importing from the Lucid React. Okay, now click enter and boom, is get added. Okay, and if you see, we have the import statement as well, and also I will provide the path. We can call it as a dashboard. Next we have id to name as a students, icon I will keep as a graduation cap, and for a path I will say /dashboard/ students. Another, so let me copy this couple of times. I will change 3, and here I will rename this to attendance. Here I will say hand as a icon, and here I will pass dashboard/attendance, and the last is settings. I will add the icon settings, and here also I will change the settings. Okay, let's change the id 4 and save it. Now our menu list is ready. Now let's iterate this menu list. So in order to display it, here simply before the loading it, I will add the horizontal line, and for it I will give the class name, and I will just say margin y to 5. Okay, so it will show this horizontal line. Now here I will just iterate this menu list. So here we'll say menu list dot map, here we'll say menu comma index, and then we will use the arrow function. Okay, make sure you will use this circular bracket and not the curly braces, otherwise it will not display. And inside that I will simply use the h2 tag. Inside the h2 tag, first thing we want to display is the icon, so menu dot icon like this. Okay, and then we want to show the name, so which is the menu dot name. Oops, like this, and then save it. And if you see, we have this menu and all. Now for this h2, we'll make it class name, make it flex, so it will be in the one line. Make it item to be in the center, so it will be vertically be center. Then we'll give gap of 3, and we'll make the text medium. The padding we give as a 4, and save it. Perfect. Next we'll add a text color. We'll change the text color to a slate, so we'll add a slate 500. And on hover, we want to change a background to a primary. Okay, so once I hover on this one, see, it's changed the color. Along with the, again on hover, I also want to change color of the text as a white. So on a hover, if I hover the mouse pointer on this menu, if you see, the along with the background color, the text color also changed to white. Okay, that's nothing but this line of code. Next, I will make sure it's a cursor pointer. So if I hover now, we have the cursor, that hand pointer, right? Then I want to change the border, so we'll say rounded corner large. And now if you see, we have this beautiful rounded corner as a large. Perfect. If you think that you want to give more margin, so just write margin Y to 2. So we have this specific margin for each of between each of this menu icon. Now if I increase the size, this is how it looks. Perfect, right? Now on the bottom side, I want to show user profile image along with the name and the email address. So it's quite easy. So after this one, you need to add a div, and inside the div, we need to show the user image first and along with that user name. Now in order to get the authenticate or login user credential, okay, it means the username and the user profile image, you can get it with the help of kind hook. So let's define that one. So constant user is equal to use kind browser client, and if you see, it's importing from the kind or Next.js. Okay, now once you use the any hook, you have to make sure that you will make sure to convert this component to the client side, and then you can use it over here. So simply you can add the image tag, then source, and here if you type user dot picture, okay, and here I will give a width of 35, then height of 35, all tag as a user. Class name I will make it rounded full. Okay, I want circular, so rounded full, and save it. Now right now if you see, we got error, and let me increase this size, and it's saying that this particular host name, okay, which is obviously we have the host name which is the Google's authenticated Google profile image, right, is not configured under the images in your next.config.js file, right? So whenever you use any third-party image URL, that particular host name or domain name need to be configured inside your Next.js application, because Next.js think this is some kind of hacking kind of thing, right? So we have to make sure for the security purpose we have to add that one. So copy this host name, go to your next.config.mjs file, and inside this next.config file, here you need to add images. Inside that you have to add domains, and then you can define the list of domains which you want to whitelist. Okay, now once you make the modification inside the next.config.mjs file, make sure to restart it. So I will just refresh the screen now, and boom, if you see, now we have the user profile image. Okay, now let's bring in one line. So let me go back to a side navigation, and after this image I'm going to add a div tag first, and let me add the username. So in order to add username, you just need to write user dot given name. Also you can connect with the user dot family name, so it will be a first name and last name, and another h2 tag for the user dot email. Okay, let's save it, and if you see, both the things are showing on the screen. Now let's bring this in one line. So class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and item to be in the center. Perfect. Now for this gameplay, I will change the size. So for this email first, I will make it text extra small XS, and I will change the color to slate text slate 400, little lighter, and for the gameplay as well, I will make it small, class name text small, but I will change the font to bold, this font to bold. Okay, and now I want to bring this into the bottom. So for this div I will just say bottom to 5 and make it fixed, and boom, if you see, now it's at bottom of the screen. And also I will give padding of 4. So whatever the padding you give for this menu, same padding I gave to this profile image. Okay, and if I increase the screen size, so this is how it looks. Obviously if you want, you can change the size of this side navigation bar, but for now I will keep as it is. Here I will make this as a 2 for now. Perfect. So that's how guys you can add the SideNav for your application. Obviously I will now undo the code which I kept here, so I will just undo it and save it. Now obviously if I decrease screen size, see the side navigation is not showing anymore, but if I increase the screen size, it's showing. Perfect. Now the next thing, we want to add the header. Now let's add a header. So as we already have created this component called header.jsx, now this header we want to show on the top. If you see, this is on the top side, right? Because we already added this side navigation bar. So on the header we want to add it, and on the right hand side we need to show user profile image. So let's go here inside the header. Let's add that header inside the layout, inside this children. So here I will add the header component and save it. So here if you see, the header text is showing. Let me bring this, and now if I go here, I will add one div, and let's add another div. So inside that we want to show you the profile image, but here we can add, you will get the user's information first using this kind browser client, and simply we'll use the image source, and here we'll just access user.picture. The width I will set as a 35, height 35, and then alt tag as user, and I will add a class name. We'll make the circular, so we'll make a rounded border as a full. And right now if you see, we have error that create context. Obviously we have to make this component as a client side. Perfect. Now we want it on the right hand side, so here we'll give class name. First I will give padding of 4, we'll make shadow small, and we'll add a border, then we'll make it flex and justify between, so it will be on the right hand side. And then we have dedicated border for our header, and if I increase the size, you will see this beautiful border and all. See how cool it's looking, right? Now we have the dedicated header and the side nav bar. So perfect. Now we are ready with the side nav and the header. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use a MySql database. And in order to use MySql database, I'm going to host the MySql database on the Hostinger, which is the today's sponsor of this video. The Hostinger is one of the best web hosting service provider in the market right now, and it's quite cheap. So let's go to the hostinger.com, and here you will see a bunch of different options to buy the premium hosting services. Now if you buy the hosting services for 12 months or 24 months or 48 months, you will get a cheap pricing on that one. Not only that, but you have option to host 100 of websites. Okay, it provides 100 GB of SSD. Not only that, but it also provides a free domain which is worth of 800 rupees, or which is around $10. Also it provides unlimited emails as well, so you can create an email for your own domain. Okay, also along with that, it has a free SSL, and you can create a drag and drop website with the help of Hostinger website builder. So they provide a lot of this functionality. Okay, and most important thing, it's a 30-day money back guarantee, okay, and it also provide a 24/7 customer support. So if you don't like service before 30 days, you can get the money back. And if you really want to use it, or you want to buy the hostinger, I will definitely tell you to try this hostinger, because I'm using from last 5 to 6 years and it's quite comfortable. I never face any issue. Also, if you want to use, you can use my code which is in the description and get extra 10% off on the top of their pricing. Okay, so guys, it available in India as well, and also if you are from non-India, that as well they have the same plan. You can use the same link and the code from the description to get extra 10% off. Now, if you don't have an account, then create a new account, buy this any premium plan which is perfect suit for you. I will definitely go with this premium plan because it's quite cheap, just $3 per month or just $149 per month, and on the top of that you will get 10% extra discount. Okay, now once you create the account, you will land on this page where you already have set up the domain. You can set up the hosting as well. Okay, and then once you set up the hosting, go to this manage hosting. Now I already set up, so everything's ready. Now they have this beautiful dashboard. Now on this side, obviously we want to create a MySql database. So for that one, I will go to the database section, if you see over here, and then click management. Once you click this management, here you will see database option to create option for the database, right? And just give the database name which you want to use. So here I will give student attendance, or you can say attendance tracking, attendance track. I don't know, it's not, yeah, tracking. It has a limited so that's all, because you cannot put a long database name. Okay, and then you can put the same username if you want, or you can give different one. I most preferably put same username. Okay, here I will give the proper password, and let me give some password here, and then create. Now once you create it, if you see, the database is created and you will see your database over here. Okay, it has a database name, the user, and when you created that one. Now I already have a bunch of more, but yeah. Now here you will go to this enter phpMyAdmin, and Hostinger is provide you the free phpMyAdmin as well. So you can access your database from here. You have option to create your database directly from the adding the table and everything. Okay, but we are not going to use phpMyAdmin for now. Obviously, if you want to use, you can. Now, next important thing we need to do is go to the remote MySql, and we have to make sure we will enable this remote database connection, so that from our application you can connect to this database, right? So once you go over here, select here as any host. Okay, and then from the drop down you have to select the database which you just created, right? In this case is I create this is attendance track, and then say create. Now what it will do, it will create or it will give access from the remote IP address as well. Okay, so you can access it from your application too. Now once you did this one, now let's go back to our application, and inside here obviously we want to for this application we want to connect to our database. So for that one we are going to use a Drizzle ORM. So right now Drizzle ORM is quite popular, and it's a TypeScript based ORM, okay, which is the object relational model. And the most important thing is so open source and free to use. Okay, it also provide a studio as well, where you can access the all your database data and everything. I'm going to through step by step. Okay, so these are some example that how to set up the data and everything. So let's go ahead and install it. So first thing, let's go to the documentation and go to this. Once you are in the documentation, obviously we are using the MySql, so select the MySql, and if I scroll down, I will select the MySql 2 library. Okay, so this is the Node.js based client library, that what we are going to use. So first thing, you need to install these two dependency. So copy this one. I will make this side by side and I will open our application as well. So open a new terminal, and over here I will just paste this command and enter it. So you might get an error over here because of the React version, because Drizzle just updated their version to the latest React. So if you see, we got this error right now. Whenever you got this error, it's saying that you have to update this React version to 18.3.1. okay, so I will copy this one and let's go to this package.json file. And to this package.json, if you see the React version, here we'll say 8.3.1 and same here. Okay, let's save this one and then again let's clear everything and I will just do npm install. Okay, so it will install the latest package update, and then let me clear this one again, and again I will install this Drizzle MySql command. And now in this case, see, it get installed. Now next thing, we need to install the Drizzle kit. So let's install that one as well. And if you see, it will also get installed immediately. Okay. Now once you set up everything, right, once you install all the dependencies, we need to create one file called index.ts, and in that we need to add this line of code which is actually connect to our database. So let's go to the project folder and inside the root directory, right? So let's go to the root directory, and here I will create a new file. We can call it as a utils. Okay, so all the configuration related thing we can keep inside this folder. Now inside this I will create index.js file, and then I will copy all of this code over here from the Drizzle. Now here we need to provide the host name, user, database name, and along with that we need to provide we already have the database password, the host. Okay, obviously we need to provide the password, then we need a port number as well. Okay, so now first thing first, let's go to the hostinger and get the host name. So here our host name, if I go here, right, this is our host name. See, if you see on the screen, this is the host name, or you can use this host name as well, but rather we will use this one, so meaningful. And then once you copy it, just go here and paste it here. For the user, I can keep this inside the environment variable. Okay, so here I will just say host name is equal to, and then we can use we already put the host name. Let's add the user. So user is equal to, and then we will keep that user which we just created. Okay, let me increase the size. Inside the management, this is our user, and obviously a database name is also same, right? So you can keep it here, or for now, for the time being, I will just put it over here. Okay, same thing, database name is same, and the port is 3306. Okay, obviously I will add the password later on. I will not add the password for now, and that's all. Okay, and then save this one. Next thing, if I go to this Drizzle, okay, this is what the MySql setup look like, and that's all about the MySql setup. Now if I go to this Drizzle kit, okay, go to the Drizzle kit, and here most important thing we need to add is the Drizzle configuration. So select the drizzle config.js file because we are using JavaScript, and then here you need to add this line of code. So obviously you need to create the drizzle.config.js file first. So inside the root directory we need to create. Okay, so here I will create drizzle.config.js file. Make sure you will not put incorrect file name, and then paste this code. Now in this case we are going to change the driver. In this case our driver is MySql2. Okay, so here I will just change MySql2, and instead of db connection string I will just paste all the code, the host name and user, everything as it is over here. Okay, obviously I will put the password later on and save it. Here also I will save everything. Perfect. Now once we have all of this setup, right, we need to create a schema. So let's go to docs again, and here you will see the manage schema option that you will find how to add the schema and everything. It's quite easy. As we are using MySql, you can select the MySql and you will see the all the example. Okay, now in order to add the schema, right, let's talk about the what is schema. So schema is nothing but the structure, okay, and obviously that can be used inside our application, but it actually create the database. You can define the what type kind of database column you want, and then or the tables, okay, and then once you push it right from the result, it will update your database or it will create a new database. Let's do it practically, then you will get to know much better. So inside this util folder only, I'm going to create a new file and I'm call it as a schema.js. Now inside this schema.js file, let me close this one and this one. Here first thing I will write export constant. I will close this window, and inside this for now I will create a schema for grades, okay, is equal to MySql table, because we are creating MySql table, and make sure it is importing from the Drizzle ORM MySql, and then inside that you have to give the table name. So in this case I will give grades as a table name, and then you have to provide the column name. Okay, so here we'll provide id. So id is of type integer, then you have to provide actual column name which will be inside the database. Then we will tell that it is okay, make sure to import this in first from this MySql, and then we will tell result that this is a primary key. Then we want to add the grade. So and here grade is of type varchar, again import from the MySql, and here we need to provide the name of the column and the length of this varchar. So here I will provide the length of 10, and we'll tell that it's not null. Okay, perfect. Obviously it will create the table, and obviously for now we will add the data manually, but inside our application, inside the setting option, we will give option to add the grades as well later on in this course. Now once you set this grades table, we are ready to go. The last thing we need to do is now go to the package.json, and here inside this package.json file we need to add two scripts over here. Okay, quite easy. First thing we'll say db, you can give any name if you want. db push is equal to npx drizzle kit push MySql. Okay, so this command actually make update to your database. And another command which is db studio, and here we'll say npx drizzle kit studio. It will actually run the studio where you can see your data, all the data and tables created. Okay, we'll see in a moment. Now once you save all of these things, the last important thing, we need to make an update inside this drizzle.config.js file, because we created the schema, and here we need to give the proper path. So in this case we'll say utils slash schema.js file. Okay, so inside the utils we have the schema.js file. Let's save everything and let's run it. Now here let's go to the terminal, and here I will just type, let me increase the size for now. Here I will type npm run db push. Okay, so what it will do, it will actually run this command npx drizzle kit push MySql. Okay, now let's click enter. So right now we got one error that it's saying, oh, let me check. It's saying cannot find a module db push. Okay, let me save this one. Oh, so my bad, I use npx instead of npm. So let's clear everything and just type npm run db push. And now we got error that it's saying drizzle.config.json file does not exist. As I say, we did a mistake inside the naming. So here need to be a drizzle, right? So make sure that, as I told you before, don't make spelling mistake on this part. Okay, now I will try it again. And now boom, if you see, it's saying now changes applied. Okay, now what we will do, we will run the npm run db studio, okay, which is a studio provided by Drizzle, and where you can actually see your tables and data. Now if you see, our Drizzle studio is up and running on this URL. So open this URL by clicking Ctrl P, and boom, this is the studio. And if you see, now we have new table called grades, and inside the grade we have two column, ID and the grade, right? And that's what we define inside our schema. We have this ID, right, and then we have the grade. Okay, and that's where that's what the column is showing inside the grade table. Now here you have option to run the Drizzle query as well, okay, or you have option to run the SQL query, and also you have a filter option. Even you can add a record from here. For example, if I want to add a record, we'll say fifth standard, enter, save change. See, the new record get added. Same thing you can do for a couple of more. So I will add couple of more here just to show you. Then I will add another record. We'll say ID 3 7th. Okay, so and save changes, and boom, your changes get saved. Now if I go to this PHP my admin, click here, you will see the table is created, and there also you will have this 3 value which we just added from the Drizzle ORM studio, right? That's how you can connect your MySql with the Drizzle ORM with the help of hosting service provider. So guys, this is the only video you will find on the internet that how to connect MySql with the Drizzle ORM inside your Next.js application through the hosting service provider. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand about the backend setup, and this is how easily we set up our backend for our application. There are a lot of things that we are going to learn in this application. Now best thing about this Drizzle ORM, because why we use the ORM, right? In future, if you think, no, I don't want to use MySql, I want to use PostgreSQL, you can just switch PostgreSQL, and that's all. You just need to change the connections only, like host name or database name, everything. That's all. Everything will be as it is. You don't need to change anything, right? And that's the power of the ORM. We'll see you in the next video. Oh, next chapter. Sorry. Let's talk about the TubeGuruji Pro. So TubeGuruji Academy, where you will get an exclusive courses along with the free source code. Here you will find all the courses uploaded by me. Obviously it's a TubeGuruji, and you can access a source code, a demo, or you can also watch on YouTube. But on the TubeGuruji Pro, you can even track each of the course chapter by chapter. You can enroll to the course for free, and once you enroll it, you can just access it chapter by chapter as I mentioned, right? You can track it on your dashboard. It's a completely personalized dashboard where you can keep a track. And in order to join the TubeGuruji Pro and TubeGuruji Academy, it will just start with $7 per month or less than $40 per year. So go to tubeguruji.com and join now as a member. In this chapter, we are going to implement a student screen where we're gonna show a list of students, and also we're gonna give option to add a new student into the our database. So for this one, the route will be like /dashboard/students. Okay, and once it open, then you will see the option to add a student along with the number of students, and then we have the beautiful dynamic and fully operational table where we gonna show list of students, and in that one we're gonna give a lot of different options as well. But first thing first, we're gonna create this page, and then we're gonna give button to add a new student. After this one, once user click on the student, right, we're gonna show a pop-up dialog, and inside that pop-up dialog we're gonna give option to add student username, then address, then which grade the student is. Okay, so grade as well. Then we're gonna give option like contact, the parent contact number, and I think that's enough, right? So these are the information. We're gonna add it inside the dialog, and once you just click on save, then we will store it inside our database. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab first. And inside this app folder, we have this dashboard route. Inside this dashboard folder, we're gonna create a new route. So this is a kind of nested route that we are going to create. And here, click new folder, and inside that we'll say students. Now inside the students folder, we'll create a new file called page.js and add the default template here. I will rename the function name as a student and the export as a student. Okay, so now if I save this one and if I go to the student, right, it will okay, so right now if you see, I'm not able to click on any of this side navigation bar. So let's go to the side navigation and fix that issue. So right now in the side navigation bar, we did not add any navigation, right? So simply you can wrap this h2 tag inside the link tag from the next/link. Okay, and it has a property called href. So through the link you can directly provide the path to this href. So for example, menu.path can provide, right, because in the menu list we already defined this path like this, see. And obviously once you define path, and on the click of that one, it will navigate to the specific route. See, now in this case I click on the student and it's navigate to the dashboard/students, and right now the text student is showing on the screen. So after this, now we are in the students. So here let's add a h2 tag, and here I will say students. I will add a class name, will add a font bold and text to Excel. And for this div, I'm gonna add a class name padding of 7. Now if I go to the students, yeah, if you see, then we have this student heading. After this, on the right hand side, I want to add a button. So on the click of that button, right, we want to open the dialog. So what we can do, we can create a new component under the student folder, because whatever the components which we use for the students screen, we'll keep inside this student folder. So let's create a new folder called components. Oh, so this need to be a folder, not the file. And inside that I will create add new student.jsx file. Add a default template, and then this add new student I'm gonna add over here, so this particular component. Okay, now inside the add new student component, I'm going to add a button from this component UI button, and here simply I will say plus add new student. Okay, so right now if I go here, okay, so it's saying button is not defined. Make sure to define and import the button, and then if you see, now add new button is showing on the screen, because we define in this component, but we imported that add new student component inside this page component. So now add new student component will be the child of this student or this particular page screen. Now obviously we want this add new student on the right hand side. So simply we'll make it as a flex, make it justify between, and make it item to be in the center. So let me bring this down and save it. Now if you see, we have this add new student. Now on the click of this add new student, we want to open a dialog, and on that one we will add a form. So for that one, I'm going to use a shared CN component called dialog. So if you see, we have the component called dialog, and this is the example. If I click on edit, right, this is the dialog will open. They have the, you can add the input and all of this information like this. So first thing, we need to import this component. So copy this import statement, sorry, copy this command, and let's install this. Once you install, you need to import this dialog. So I will copy this one. Then inside the add new student, because that's where we want to add, I will paste it. Oh, sorry, we need to paste it here. And the next, we want to use this dialog code like this. Now I'm going to remove this trigger because we are going to use our own button in order to open this dialog, correct? Now the question is how to open this dialog. So for that one, for this dialog, we have one property called open, and it you can say true and false. So right now I will create a new state which will hold the value for the open and closing the dialog. So here we'll say constant open, we'll say set open is equal to use state, okay, and initially it will be false. Now as we are using the React hooks, we need to mark this component as a client component. Now let's save everything, and on the click of this button we'll just set open as a true. Okay, now save this one and let's go back to our application. Now if I click on add new student, see we got this default dialog, default in the sense whatever the dialog we just added over here. So right now I will change the title to add new student. Then inside the description we gonna add our own form. We'll add a div. You can add that form in a different folder as well, it's up to you, but I will keep inside this folder. Here first I will add a label. It will say full name. Then we'll add an input. So now in order to add an input component, I'm going to use the shared.cn input component. So let's import this component first, and then I will just use it like this. Placeholder, we'll say example John Carroll, and if I save this one, if I go back to our application, see the full name and the name is showing like this. Okay, text input. Now here I will just give class name padding y23. Okay, so we have some space. Perfect. Next I will add one more div for the contact number. So here we'll say contact number. So it's up to you how many inputs or form fill you want to add. Then we will say here address. For the contact number we'll just say 98765432110, and for the address here we'll say 525 North Tryon Street NC, something like this. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. If you think the padding is too much, let's decrease this padding. I think that's good enough now. Okay, and the last we need to add a drop down selector where user can select the grades. Okay, so obviously if you remember we already have the grade table. So inside the Drizzle Studio we have this grade table which is having this all the grades. Obviously that grade we need to show it inside the selector, but for now we'll add the grade over here. So we'll add a div. Here I will add a label. We'll select grade, and then here we need to add a select, and inside the select I'm going to give some options, and here we're gonna give the value. For example, for now we'll write option 5th. Here we'll say some, for example, 6th, 7th, and along with that we need to provide the value. So here value will be same. Perfect. Okay, now obviously this value we gonna fetch it later on in order to from the database obviously, and then we will display it inside the select and save it. And the last we need to add a buttons. So here I'm gonna add a div. We'll add a 2 button. One is for a cancel and one is to save. On the cancel button we'll simply close the dialog. So here I will say set open as a false, and on the save I'm going to call the method. Okay, so for now I will just console as a save and save it. And here I'm gonna add a variant as default, or we can add a class name. Okay, that's fine. For now I will keep cancel and save button as it is. Only here I will add a variant as a ghost and save it. So this we have these two buttons, and for this I'll add a class name. We'll make it flex and gap of true, and item to be in the center. Let's make justify in, because we can move on the right hand side, and also we can give margin y to 5. Let's say margin top only. Perfect. Okay, now we have the cancel and the save button as well. Obviously for this select, right, we need to add some styling. So first thing, let's make this class name and add it flex, make it flex column, and then for this select I'm gonna add a class name, then we add padding of 3, border and rounded large. If I go back, and now if you see, we have this proper matching select along with this other shared scene input. Perfect. Only one thing I think I miss over here, let padding y to 2. Not here, but we can give to this div. Perfect. Now in order to gather all this form information, there are a couple of ways that you can do it. You can add the state for each of these input fields, right? Or in order to avoid that, because if you have multiple input fields, right, then you have to add that much state inside your application. So in order to avoid this issue, right, I'm going to use this React hook form, which is quite flexible and easy to use. Okay, you can add the validation as well within a line and all. That's what we are going to use. So let's click on get started. So first thing, you need to install this React hook form inside your application, and then after that, in order to use it, right, if you see this example, you just need to register it, and in order to add a validation, you can mark it as a required as a true. Okay, so let's go here, and for this input now, for example, if you want to add use it that particular React form, you can just mention ... register, and then you can mention the name. Obviously we did not mention the register, okay, name like this. But before that, let's define this hook. So we need to define this use effect hook, use form hook first. So this one, okay, so we are using, this is the TypeScript. Okay, we want JavaScript code, and then we'll use this use form. Now copy this one and just paste it here so that you can use it directly. Make sure to import this use form. Okay, so if you see, this use form is importing from the React hook form, and you can define the register and name. Here inside this name, you can also add a validation. So you can, for example, if you want to add a required, this value to be required, you can mention like required true. Same thing, I will copy here and paste it for some other, for example, for the select. Here I will select the grade. Then for the contact number, select contact. The required, I don't want the required as a true for this one, and address as well, we will add it. So address, okay, this is not a required field, so I will remove this required flag, and that's all, and save it. Now the last, in order to get the information, right, I think we forgot to wrap all of these inputs in one div. So inside the description, we'll define a form, and inside the form we can define the on submit method. Okay, so we'll just add on submit method, and we'll just add a handle submit, and then we'll say on submit. Now make sure to wrap this. So here I will wrap it inside the form. not here. Let me close this tag first, and then we will wrap it over here. Okay, perfect. And one last important thing that we need to mention, that the type of this button. Okay, because as on the submit button, right, we have to make sure that our form gets submit. So I will change the type to submit and then save it. Now at the top, we will create a new method called onSubmit, because that's what we define over here, right? So we'll define constant onSubmit, which is having the data, and we'll just console the form data over here and save. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, go to console, and inside here if I click add new student, right, we have one error. Okay, but that's fine, it's not big deal. Now inside the full name we can add, for example, let's add full name like test user. You can select the grade, then contact number you can add, and the address, and then click save. As soon as you save it, right, right now it's saying save is not defined. Okay, but if you see in this inside the form data, we have the response. Now we are not defining the save because, okay, so this method we don't need to call it actually. Okay, so we don't really require. Now we will not get that error. So if I save it again, you will see the form information, which is having the name, grade, contact, and address as well. Okay, so that's how you can implement the form inside your application. So obviously you have to just make sure that you will properly implement everything. You have the required field validation. For the number, here you can change the type as a number only, so it will only allow you to enter the number. So you cannot add the text value. See, you can just add the number, and then we have the address field as well. Now once we have all the information right handy, now it's time to push or say our data, right? So for that one, we need to create a schema for the student in order to store all the student information inside the student table. So let's go to this utils or schema.js file, and inside this one we need to create a new schema for the students. So let's write export constant student, or we can call students, is equal to MySql table. Here we'll say students, and then we need to provide the column name. So for ID we'll add int ID, then this ID will be auto increment, and then make it as a primary key. Then name, so for the name we'll just add varchar. I will just make sure because I want to keep the everything same, right, then whatever the field name which I'm giving, so it's the name only. Now it will be a varchar, so we'll give the name, then we want to give the length of 20 maximum, and this needs to be a not null. Then we want to give a grade. Again, this is the varchar, and we'll say grade, and here again I will give the length, let's say 10, and this need to be a not null, and the address as well. So this is the varchar, let's say address, we'll say length of 20, or maybe we can increase to 50. And the last, we want to also save the contact. So here we'll say contact and the contact, and for here I will put maybe 11 number. So this need to be I will keep as a varchar only. Okay, and I think that's enough for this particular table. Obviously if you want to add more in the future, you can just add it here. Now once you add this new schema, right, again make sure to stop your current studio. So here I will stop here, clear it, and then run the npm run db push. So it will update your existing database. So right now it's saying drizzle config.json file does not exist. Wow, that is again new kind of thing. Let me check. So I undo by mistakenly the name of the file. So now let's do it again. And now it's saying that this action will cause data loss because we already added some information, right? And we changed the name and little bit some information, so that's fine. We'll say yes, I want to truncate one table, so we'll truncate that table. And I think we have multiple primary key for the grades. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's comment this code. Okay, push the code. So obviously right now we don't have any tables. Now uncomment everything and then push again. Now it freshly pushed everything, and if you see now it's saying changes applied. Now let's save everything. Let's start our studio and open this local Drizzle studio, so you can see the new table called student get added over here, and it has a name, grade, address, and the contact. Perfect. Okay, now we need to create an API. Okay, in order to add the data as well as first we will fetch the grades so that we can display inside our select, and then we'll create an API to add a student. So first thing, once you have all this information ready, right, one more important thing I want to tell you over here, that inside the index.js right here, make sure to add the export DB. Okay, so this is very important. So you need to export this DB so that you can use it throughout the application. Now inside the app folder we have this API folder, and inside this API folder you need to create a new folder, okay, or new route inside the API, and we can call it as a grade, and all the grade related API call will keep inside this folder. Now inside again this grade I will create route.js file, and inside that we'll say export async function, and we'll make get call. Here I will say request, then in the next response, right, this need to be a JSON, and here I will just say hello world. So hello, or we can just say hello. Let me check this. We'll test this first. So in order to access that particular API, you can go to the localhost 3000/API/grade. Okay, right now we are not getting anything. Maybe we need to add something like this. Okay, still we don't have we have the error actually. Let's see inside the console what is the issue. So it's saying no response is returned from the, okay, so here we need to return the response. So each of the API request, right, whatever the CRUD operation you are calling, it's supposed to return some value. Now if I run it, and now if you see we have this response called test hello. So this is how once you create the API you can access your API. Next, let me close this, and we need to write Drizzle ORM call in order to fetch a grade information. Now here first make sure inside the grade we have some data, so let's add some information. Here we'll say 5th grade, then new record. Here I will say 6th, then we'll say 7th, and we'll save everything. Now we have some information in the grades. Now in order to get it right, so here you need to write constant result is equal to await, then db. As we exported db from this index.js, right now you can able to import over here, and then you can just say select and from. Okay, now from in this case you need to give the table name. So here the table name is grades, and that's all. Now obviously if you want to add some where condition, something else, you can add it, but this is very straightforward because we want to fetch all the grades, and the result we just need to pass or return inside this next response.json. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back and try to execute the same API/grade, now in this case, if you see, we've got the grade information. The response is in the JSON format along with the ID and the grade, which is the what are the information which we added inside our Drizzle ORM database. Obviously that's a MySql database. Okay. Now once we create this API, we need to call this API inside our application. So for that one, inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to give name as a services. So all the API call will keep in this particular folder, and inside that we'll create a global API.js file. Now in order to use the API call, right, to make API call, we need a HTTP client. So you can use a fetch, or I preferably use npm Axios. Okay, so make sure to npm Axios. So make sure to install this Axios, and then here we'll simply write constant get all grades, the arrow function, and then Axios dot get method. Make sure to import the Axios, and here you need to just call API/grades. And then in order to use in other or throughout the application or other methods as well, you need to export it. So just write export default, and here I will export the get all grades. Now let's save it and let's go to the add new student. Here inside the we'll create a new method. So first constant get all grade list, and here we'll call global API. If you see, this global API is importing from the underscore services/global API dot. Now it has a method called get all grades, and as this is a promise, so we will make then response. Now first I will just response the data. Okay, so now this method we need to call inside the use effect, so that whenever this component get load, this particular method will get called. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's go back to our application. Let me refresh it. Right now we got one error saying 404 error not found. Interesting. So okay, it's API grade and not a grades. So I made that change. Let's refresh, and now if you see over here, we've got the list of grades. Perfect. Let me close this one. And now once we have the list of grades, we need to save in one state. So we'll call grade comma set grades is equal to use state. You can say grades, and over here we'll set grades from response dot data. Now we need to iterate it inside our select over here. So we'll simply say grades dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, and then we need to use arrow function in order to iterate it. Use this option, and then here we'll say item dot grade. Okay, make sure the API response, yeah, and same thing we're gonna use it for the value as well. Now we don't need these options, so I will remove that one, and I will also set the key as the index and save it. So if I test this out, let's go to the add new student, and if you see, we don't get any grade over here yet. So just making sure that we have the list of grades. So here we are setting the grades. So I just refresh it once, and if I go to the add new student now, and if you see, now we have the grades. Perfect. And once we add the information, obviously we'll get all the required columns information as well. Now the next thing, we need to create a new API for to add the students, right? So inside the API folder, we'll create a new folder called student, and inside the student folder I'm going to add a route.js, and inside this route.js, we need to write export async because we need to make a post API call. So here we'll say function request comma result, and inside the function we'll simply get the data using constant data is equal to await request.json. Okay, so whatever the post request or body you are passing, that body we are getting using this request.json. Okay, so here we forgot to mark it as a post request. Then in order to insert a record inside our database through the Drizzle, you need to write await, then db, make sure to import it, then insert. So we need to provide the table name, which is the students, then values. Inside the value, just provide the name as a data.name, then grade as data.grade, address as data address, and the last is contact. Perfect. Here I will add optional, so if the some value is not there, it will not fail. And then here we'll say returning as well, but we'll keep as it is, and then we'll simply return the response. Okay, perfect. Now let's use that API call inside our global API. So here I will say constant get create new student. Here we'll say axios dot post request, then call API slash student, and here we need to pass the data, which is the body. So here we'll accept the data and then make sure to export this create new student. Then inside the student where we have inside our add new student, let me go to our dashboard and add new student. Here we have the on submit method, right? Now here we'll simply call global API dot create new student, and here we need to pass the data. Okay, then I will make a promise, and here we'll just console the response. Perfect. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. I will also go to the inspect panel just to make sure everything's working. Let me refresh this once, add a new student, and here we'll add a information. For example, let's say TubeGuruji user. We'll select some standard, we'll add a phone number and some address. Now if I click save, we got an error that's saying 500 error, that means server side error. Let's see inside our console. So if I go to the console and check the error log, so here if you see it's saying next response cannot be invoked with a new, so here we need to convert into a JSON and save it, and then again test this out. So I will clean this one, let's save it, and boom, if you see we got the response inside the data and it's saying the record is inserted. If I go to the Drizzle, go to the students, and boom, if you see we have the two record. Obviously first time we got an error, but second time if you see we have the record, the information along the user name, grade, address, and the contact number as well. Now as soon as you add the data, right, you need to close the dialog. So for that one, if you got the response correctly, right, so here I will just say response dot data is correct, then we'll set open as a false, so it will close the dialog, and then we need to show some kind of toast message. In order to add a toast inside our application, I'm going to use this sonar component from the Shatsion. So first import this component, so clear this one and import it here. It's very easy to use, and let me show you the demo. So this is how it looks. See, so in order to use it, first you need to add this toaster component from the UI sonar. inside your layout.js file, which is the parent layout. You can add it here, and then you can directly use it anywhere. So for example, here we'll just say toast and we'll say new student added and save it. Perfect. Now let's test everything all together. So add a new student, we'll say Harry Potter, select the grade, add a number, and we'll say address, and then click save. Now, as soon as save, if you see, it's showing the toast new student added as toast message, and also the dialog get closed. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the student inside your database. It's quite easy. Inside your Drizzle ORM, obviously you can just refresh the data. So let me refresh this once, and boom, if you see, now new record with the Harry Potter as a name of the student, the grade along with the address and the contact. So I hope you understand how easily the easiest way that we added the information from our application to our MySql database through the Drizzle ORM. Now whenever we add a new student, we have to make sure once user click on the save button, the next time when user want to add a new student, right, the value or this field need to be reset, right? So right now if I try to enter something, right, here we say James Jackson, I will add some grade, then contact number, okay, and then click save. Now if you see, it's saying new student added, but if I go again and into the add new student, see the value is still there, right? Even if I cancel this one, is still adding a new student, right? Because inside the form we added the button. If you remember, let me close this, and if I go to the add new student, here we have this button inside the form, right? And this button by default consider the type as a submit. So first thing we need to fix, and here we need to write type is equal to button for the cancel one. Okay, so it will not act as a submit, so it will not call this particular method. Okay, let's test this out first. So if I go to the add new student, click cancel, now if you see, it's not calling that particular method. Previously obviously we have the student James Jackson couple of times, so I will delete one. Next, as I told you that we need to reset this data. See, right now the data is still there, right? So in order to fix it, the use form provide one more destructure property called reset. Okay, and whenever you want you submit the data, right, here you can just simply reset it, that's all. Okay, once you make this as a reset, it will come to the default state. Now if you see, right now it's reset, and whenever you enter some value, click save, it will reset it to their default state. Okay, one more important thing, that as you know that it takes some time to send data from front end to the server, right? And that time we need to show some kind of loading. Okay, the data is getting saved inside your database. So for that one we can show loading. Okay, so here I will define the loading flag using the use state is equal to use state, and I will make it false initially, and whenever when user click on submit button, right, here I will just simply set the loading as a true, and whenever we have the response data, right, I will set the loading as a false, and else here also we can set loading as a false. Okay, so even though if you did not define here, that's also fine, and then save it. Now to this save button, right, I'm going to add the loader. So here I will just add a loading. Okay, so loader icon I can add from the Lucid React. Okay, so I will show this icon whenever the loading value is true, otherwise I'm going to show this save text. Okay, and for this one I will add a class name and we'll add animate spin, so it will spin it. Also whenever the loading is enabled, I will add the disable for the loading. Whenever loading is true, the button will be disabled. Let me show you the now. after these changes. So save is not okay. So here this need to be a string, so make sure. Now let's add a new here I will say some name, for example Neha Agrawal. I don't know who is that, but yeah, I will put just a random one. Then select grade, I will put 5. Here I will add some number, address, you can add some address, and then click save, and boom, if you see that loading and everything, and now it's saying new student added. Now if I go to the database, just refresh this one, and boom, see the record get added. So that's how you can update your logic little bit, and make sure next time whenever you go, the form is will be in their default state. Let's talk about the TubeGuruji Pro. So TubeGuruji Academy, where you will get an exclusive courses along with the free source code. Here you will find all the courses uploaded by me. Obviously it's a TubeGuruji, and you can access a source code, a demo, or you can also watch on YouTube. But on the TubeGuruji Pro, you can even track each of the course chapter by chapter. You can enroll to the course for free, and once you enroll it, you can just access it chapter by chapter as I mentioned, right? You can track it on your dashboard. It's a completely personalized dashboard where you can keep a track. And in order to join the TubeGuruji Pro and TubeGuruji Academy, it will just start with $7 per month or less than $40 per year. So go to tubeguruji.com and join now as a member. Now we are going to show the list of students. So first thing, we need to fetch all the students from the database. Then we're gonna give option to filter the data, to search any record, okay, on any column. Then we'll give option to sort the any row, okay, and another one is the pagination as well. So these are the things we're gonna add to our tables. So first thing, we will fetch data from the database in order to fetch all the students. So let's go to the API, and inside that we have the student, right? And inside that we have the route. So here we're gonna create a new API endpoint, not API endpoint, but we'll create a new get operation. So here we'll say export async function. Here we'll say get, because we already have the post, and whenever we call this as a get method, this particular endpoint will call to this particular function. Okay, here we have the request, and inside that we'll simply write constant result is equal to db. Here will be await db dot select dot from, and then we'll simply get all the students. Okay, and we are not adding any condition right now. After this, we will just simply return the data. So here we'll say next response dot json, and then we'll return the result. Now obviously you can use the postman to test this particular API endpoint, but simply you can test with the URL. So here I will pass students and click enter, and boom, if you see, we got all the student along with the ID, name, grade, address, contact, because we are fetching all the columns. Obviously later on this course, you will get to know how to fetch a specific column as well. Now once we have this API ready, now inside the global API we will define and we will call that one. So here we'll simply add constant get all students is equal to axios.get, because this is the get request we want to make a call, an API / student, and then here simply we'll export this one so that we can use it. Now once we define this get all student over here, let's use that one. So let's go to the dashboard, and inside the student page.js, first thing I will make this as a use client, because we are going to use the hooks. First thing, constant get all student, and inside that we'll make global API dot get all student. As this is a promise, we'll make a then and response. So first let's console the response. Okay, So as this is the XO, so we have to write response.data to get exact result. And here I will write use to get all student. And then inside the use effect, we're gonna call this method as soon as this component get load, like this. Let's save it and let's test this out whether we are getting data or not. So go to the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything and refresh that data first, and just ignore these things because this is just alt tag or source property missing. That's fine. And if you see at the bottom, we got the all the student information. Perfect. Now let's save this information inside a one state. So we'll define one state. We'll say student list comma set student list is equal to use state. And over here, instead of this one, we'll say set student list. Perfect. Now we gonna create a new component in order to display the table or grid. So here inside the component folder, I will create a new component and we can call it as a student list table.jsx. Add the default template, and this will accept as a prop as a student list. So from this one, obviously after this s2 tag, I'm going to add student list table component, and for this one, if you see, we need to pass student list as a student list and then save it. Now inside the student list table, we need to display all the tables, okay, all the record. So in order to display the table, we are going to use ag grid. Okay, so if you type ag grid react, you will jump on this react grid. So if you never use the ag grid, okay, so ag grid is very powerful library in order to display the tables inside your React application or Angular or any JavaScript application as well. And the most important thing is very easy to use. It also provides the graphs as well, okay, but right now obviously we are using ag grid for the table purpose. So once you are here, just search for the React data grid because we are using React, and then this is the command line to install this ag grid. So open a terminal. I will open a terminal, and here just install this ag grid. Okay, now once you install this ag grid, obviously from the documentation you can take a help. For example, if you first thing you need to import this all the import statement related to the ag grid. So I will add it here. Then you need to define the rows and the columns. So first thing we will define the columns. Okay, so this is the way that you can define the columns and the row. Well, let's do one by one. So first thing here we'll say constant column definition comma set column definition is equal to use state, and inside that you can define the column definition. So we'll say field, which is the first field is id, and then I will paste it here. Now another important thing, once you define the field as the id, right, you can also add a filter option. Okay, whether do you want the filter for that particular column. So I want the filter, so I will just type field for this column we want a filter true. So second column field is a name and so on. Okay, so here name, address and the contact. Okay, so we don't need this one. Make sure to give comma. Perfect. And now once we have this column definition, right, we need to set the row. So we need to provide the data, actual data, right? So for that one, let's define the one more state. We'll call row data. Set row data is equal to use state. Now to this row data, obviously we will pass the student list, right, but we'll pass in use effect. So whenever the student list is available, because we are fetching the student list from the server, so whenever the student list available, we will set the row data, and here we'll just pass student list. We'll make sure that whenever the student list available, then only set the row data and then save it. Now in order to implement the edge grid, right, this is the simple way that you can implement. So along with this div, because this div has the style, means it applied the class name and the height as well. So I will copy this div and simply you can paste it here. So inside this div I'm gonna paste, just format this, perfect, and then save it. Now to this row data, already we have this row data provided, and the column definition, which is this particular column definition. Let's make this definitions and save it. Now if I go back to our application, boom, if you see, now we have proper ID, name, address and contact, and everything is displaying on the screen, right? So cool. This is completely responsive. Another thing that if you remember, we define this filter as a true. Okay, when we define like this, you will get this filter option. See, it has a different option, and in that one you can even filter it out. For example, if I type Harry, and boom, if you see in the background, it instantly filter you the result. Okay, perfect. Now another important thing that you can even add a button over here, right? In order to add a custom column information, right, in this case we want to add a custom buttons, you can add that one too. So first thing, I'm going to add a new space for that particular column, and I will give a name as an action. And here we need to render the cell. So here we'll say renderer, and then we need to connect with the custom component. So we'll define component called constant custom button, and it will take a props, okay, the arrow function, and then here we will just define the button. So I will define a button like this, and inside this one I will define a trash, not like this, but here I will define a trash icon, trash for the button. And now this custom button you can just refer over here. Now whenever this column definition, this column get rendered, it will also render this action column along with this custom button code. Let's save this one and let's check it out. So right now we got error, it's saying button is not defined. So let's define the button, because we use from this component UI button, and boom, if you see, now we have this proper button in order to make action. For example, this button we added for the delete purpose, right? Now here if you want, you can change this. If I go to this button component, you will see this destructive variant. We'll use that variant. So I will just add a variant is equal to destructive. Now it will convert into red color, hopefully. Let's refresh it and see, it's converted to a red color. Same way you can add more action if you want, okay, it's not big deal. Now next we're gonna add a pagination to our application, and that's also quite easy. Okay, so if I go to this edge grid, here you can add a pagination. If you see, we got this suggestion for the pagination, and for that pagination you can define how many records you want to display it on the first screen, right? Here we'll say, for example, 10. Then you can add the pagination page size. So here we'll say pagination I don't know why it's sometimes show, sometimes not, but pagination page size, and that also you can define. Now you can go to the documentation. Okay, so it's very easy to copy from the documentation, and just scroll, you will see a bunch of different options for edit, update, and lot of things. Now if you see, for pagination, I will just copy this line of code and I will paste it here. Okay, so pagination, the page size will put 10, and the page size selector here will make 25, then 50, and then 100. And over here I think I was incorrect, but that's fine. Here we just need to provide this value like this. Perfect. And now if I save it, let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, now you have proper pagination. If I refresh this once, now you have the data, and along with that you have the pagination size as well. So here if you see, we have the 25, 50, 100. So you have fully control on that particular pagination logic as well. Next, we're gonna give option to search on the table. So let's go back, and above this div, or maybe inside this div only, we're gonna add one more div, and here we're gonna add a input box where user can search on. So let's add an icon for search icon first, and then I'm going to add an input of type text. We're gonna placeholder, we'll say search on anything, and then we'll close this tag, and here we'll add a class name, we'll add padding of 2, rounded to be large, we'll add a border, we'll add some shadow small, and we'll make it flex, gap of 2. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. So if you see, now we have the search bar, but if you see, we have, for this input we have that outline, we will clean that out as well. So let me bring this down first, and I will give margin bottom to 4, and we'll give maximum width to be small. And for this input, right, we want to remove that black outline first. Let's say outline to be none, and we'll give width to be full. If I go back, if you see, now we have this beautiful search bar. For this complete div, I'm going to add a class name, we'll say margin y to 7, some gap between the student and now on this one you can just search something, and it's supposed to filter this out, right? So for that one, first we need to get the users entered input, right? So in one state, we'll define one state, we'll say search input comma set search input is equal to use state, and whenever the value is changed, so we'll say on change, we'll say set search input. Obviously this on change will emit the event, so event dot target dot value, and then from this search once we set the search input, right, this search input we need to pass to this edge grid, and it has one property called quick filter text, and here we'll simply pass the search input, and now you will see the magic. So if I type something, for example, say James, boom, see how quickly it get filtered out. You can type anything and it filtered out very quickly, see. So this is how you can add the search functionality for your table. Obviously you can search on any column, dependent column, and this will not search on the only name, but it will search on any column. Like it can also check the address, it can check the contact number, everything. So that is how cool it is, and you don't need to enter something and then search. It automatically search it as soon as you start typing on it. So that's all for this one. I hope you understand how beautifully we updated the student screen. Now this is task for you guys. If you remember, inside our mockup we added this beautiful card section, right, where it will show the how many total students are there. Now the task is you need to add that card over here if you want, right? And you can give a try. Let me know if you face any issue, and yeah, we'll see you in the next section. Now before moving to the next section, we are going to update something inside the site navigation. So right now if you see, we are on the student route, right, but on the site navigation we don't know which route we are on, right? We need to display like this. For example, if student is selected, then we have to show the student, right? So that particular functionality we need to implement, or we might miss that one. So let's go to the dashboard and inside navigation, and here we're gonna implement that particular feature. So first thing, we need to know what is the current path is, right? So in order to get this path information, you can just get it from the hook. So here we'll say path is equal to use path name, and which is importing from the next/navigation. Now here I just want to show what it included inside the path. So we'll just console that one first. Here I will use the path like this, and here I will console the path and save it. Now if I inside the console, if I go to the inspect panel and the console, right? Here you will see this dashboard / student. See, okay, this is the path which is showing currently. If I go to the dashboard, obviously it will show the dashboard. It will, if I am on the student, it will show the student. Now if I come to this s2 tag, right, first thing we'll change this s2 tag to a dynamic one. So just add a curly braces and then this tag, and then remove this single quote, and then here we can write the condition. Now the condition is if path is equal to menu dot path. Okay, because this menu and path name obviously will match, right, this one. So if that particular thing is match, okay, then we can add a condition and operator. The background should be a primary. So okay, in this need to be in quote. So background need to be a primary, and then text should be a white. Let's save this one and let's test this out. See, boom. If you see right now, if I refresh on student, it will show me, okay, you are on the student page. If I go to the dashboard, see, it's showing the dashboard page. So this is a quick fix. Okay, obviously you guys already implemented, even though I miss it, and that's very cool. But yeah, that's the only fix that we made it inside the SideNav. Now in this section, we are going to implement delete functionality for the student. When user click on any delete button on the record, then we're gonna show a alert dialog that we will ask user, do you want to delete the student? Okay, so we'll get the confirmation from the user, and then if user say yes, then we will delete the record. So for that one, obviously we are going to use a ShatCN alert dialog. So if I go to this alert dialog and if I open show dialog, see, this is how it will look like. So first thing, let's import this alert dialog. So let's add it here. Once it install, then we're gonna import this statements. So wherever we have the student list table, here we have this delete operation, right? So right now obviously we are using the custom button, if you remember. Okay, so let's first import this alert dialog, and then we have to use this alert dialog delete confirmation box. So obviously we want to use it here only, and then we'll put the button for this trigger. Like this. So this code might be little look like complicated, but it's very easy. So I will just format the document, and now we are good. Okay, now if I save this one and go back to our application, okay, if I try to click on it, see, now we are getting this beautiful pop-up message that it will showing that, are you sure this will permanently delete your account, remove your data from the server. So it just, we will say it will delete your record. Okay, just meaningful. Now on the click of this alert dialog action, right, we need to make a call to the method where it will delete the record. So for that one, we need to create an API. So go to this API and go to the student. Inside that we have route.js, right? Here we'll create export async function delete. We'll take a request, and then inside that, first thing we need to get the which ID or which record we want to delete, right? So obviously we will pass the query params. So here we'll say search params is equal to request dot next URL dot search params, and after that, from this search param we will just get the ID which you want to delete. So search param dot get, and inside that we'll get the ID. Now obviously we'll get to know how we gonna pass this ID, and then through this Drizzle ORM. So we'll say result await db delete. Then we have to pass the from which table you want to delete. So we'll pass student dot where, and here we can write the condition equal. Now make sure that equal you import it from the Drizzle ORM, and then on equal you need to pass on which column, the column name. So in this case is student students.id matches with the id which we get it from here. Okay, and then we'll just return the result. So here we'll say next response.json and then we pass the result. Okay, this is simple delete API endpoint for the student. Now on the click of this continue, so here on the click I will make a method delete record, and to this delete record obviously from the props we will pass the id. Okay, but before that let me show you what we will get inside the props. Okay, because if you see over here, right, for this custom button we have the props, and in the props we will get all the required data. So let me go to the inspect panel first, go to the console, let's clean everything and click continue. Okay, let me refresh this once, and if I delete this one, say continue, now if you see we got the data, and obviously we have all the information from the data. From the id we'll get this id. Okay, so from props.data.id, from this particular field path we'll get the required information, and then here we'll just replace it with the delete record. Now we will create this method called delete record. So let me bring this down and we'll create over here, and here we'll call, obviously we need to make the API endpoint to the Axios. So constant delete student record, will pass the id. Here we'll say axios.get, and over here we'll say API slash student slash and question mark id is equal to, and then we will pass the id. Okay, so this is the query parameter, that how we pass, and then we'll just use the student delete student record. We will export that so that we can use it here now. So global API dot delete student record, here we'll pass the id. So for this delete record obviously we need to pass the id. We will get the id which you want to delete, then we'll say response, and then if the response is there, then we'll say the toast message saying record deleted successfully. Okay, perfect, and save it. Now as soon as we delete the record, right, we need to make sure we will update our list. So here I'm going to pass one method called refresh data. Okay, now this method we're gonna pass to the parent component. Okay, so from the student list, here we're gonna pass it to the page.js where we have the student list table. Right here, if you see, now we have the refresh data, and on the refresh data we just simply call get all student method. Okay, so I hope you understand simply what we did. Once we delete the record, we're gonna call this refresh data. This refresh data will pass back to the parent component, which will trigger the get all student method. Let's save everything and let's go back to our application. Let me refresh it once, and then once we have all the data, let's say you want to delete this record, say continue, and it's saying deleted record successfully. So it's showing the toast message, but by mistakenly inside the global API, instead of making delete call, we make the get call, and that's the reason we got the data, and that's why it's showing the toast message. Here make sure to use the Axios delete and then save it. Now if I go back, refresh it once, let me clean this out and let me delete this record, say continue, and boom, if you see that record is get deleted and it's saying record deleted successfully. If I delete this one, say continue, boom, see. Okay, so that's how you can delete the record from this database with the help of Drizzle ORM. So I hope you understand how easily we implemented this delete functionality. Make sure whenever you make any delete call, right, you will show some kind of pop-up message, and so show the confirmation message before deleting. That's a very good practice when you are developing any web application. Now coming to the interesting part of this particular project is the attendance. Now we are going to talk about the attendance workflow and how and what are the features that we are going to provide inside our attendance screen. So first thing, as user come on the attendance page, we gonna give option to select the grade. So if teacher come on the page and teacher want to select the grade, for example, let's say 6 standard or 7 standard, they can select from the drop down. And as you know, we already have that grade inside our database. So inside the grade table we have all the grades. Now also after that we gonna give option to select a month. We are just giving the option to just select a month, whether it's a January or February, in that way. Okay, and then once we have the grade, and then we have month, when user click on search, then we will get all the student list along with the attendance record for that month. Okay, so if there is in the month there is a 1 to 13th days, right? So for all that one we will get the data from the database. So right now obviously we need to add a new table inside our database called attendance, and inside that we will record the attendance for each student for each given date. After this, on this particular page, right, there are a couple of things we need to talk. First, we need to provide the list of students for a particular grade. Okay, it should be a unique, obviously. Then we need to display the column with the date for selected month. So if you see in the below, right, we have the list of student, and then at the top we have the all the months, right? Oh, sorry, all the dates for the given month. If there is 13th day only for a given month, then only we need to show only 13 number. Okay, so these are the dynamic column. It can be changed depend on the selection of month. So that flexibility we need to add it. And another thing that very important, that for each of this particular record and for each date and for student, we need to add a checkbox. This checkbox is used to mark the student as a present or absent. If student is present, then user click on this checkbox. Okay, and user is absent, then obviously by default we will show it as a absent, but you can again uncheck that one and we will mark it as absent as well. Everything obviously we're gonna store inside our database, so anytime user comes on the dashboard, he can check all the information. So this is a very interesting part of our complete application, and that's how we are going to build it. Okay, so let's start. Now the first thing we need to add is the schema for the attendance, so that we can create the table. So let's do export constant. Here we'll say attendance is equal to MySql table, and here I'm gonna give name as attendance. Inside that, first thing we'll add ID of type, let's add of type int ID. Here you can also give the length, for example let's say 11. Then you can do auto increment for that one, and this should be a primary key. Then next we need to add the student ID. Oops, we can say student ID. So this will be again integer. Here we'll say student ID of length say 11, and it should be a not null. So basically we will record the student ID as well for the given attendance. Then we'll say add a present or not, so this should be a boolean, and I will give column name as a present, and by default we can give value as a false. Then day. Okay, this will only hold the value 1 to 31, means whether it's a we record the this attendance for the 25th of May, right? So that kind of thing we can add it. So here it will be a day, and let's add a length 11 maybe, and this should be a not null again, and the last is date. So we need to add a date, so this will hold the value. Here I will say, for example, let's say you can hold the value 22. Okay, and this will hold a value like a month and the year. Okay, something like this. So this should be a varchar of, we can say, date, we'll say length of 20, and this again not null. And let's make sure everything is correct. Here is a day, here is a date. So far now we are good. Let's update the schema. Oh sorry, let's update our database. So I will stop this studio, and here we'll run db push command. So obviously it will it's saying that you need to abort it. Okay, that's the reason sometimes you need to give the int this length. Okay, so what we can do, we'll just add this length for this id as well and this id as well, because in MySql it thinks, because this is over a MySql little issue. I'm not sure if this issue or what, but yeah, we'll check. Now here I will push it. Still I'm getting same error. So just truncate this two column and try to create a new one. So better, let me clean this out. So another option, if you got some error, right, clean this out and then just push the empty schema. It happens sometimes when you are using MySql. And now if you see, the changes are applied. Now again paste the schema, all the schema as it is, and then push it. Let's push it, and hopefully you will not get any error. If you see, now we're saying changes applied. Now just say git let's run the studio, sorry. And now our studio is running. If I open this one, now you will see the attendance column, and inside that right now obviously is empty, but now we have the id, student id, present, day and date. Now let's go back and then create a new route inside the dashboard folder, and we can call it as a attendance. And inside that, let's create a page.jsx file. Add the default template, and here we can call it as a attendance and save it. Now if I go back to our application, if I click an attendance, you will see the page. So here now let's add a h2 tag. Here we'll say attendance. For this div I'm going to give class name padding of 7, and for this one let's add class name text 2xl font bold. Perfect. Now if you hear, we have the text attendance. Now in this particular screen we need to give option first for the select the month, and another is to select the grade. So here let's give a margin of 10, and here that we need to add. So first here we'll say search option, and another is to show a student attendance grid. So let's implement the search option first. So I'm going to create the calendar route. So inside the app folder, right, because this particular component will be we might use in the future component, right? So we'll keep in the root folder of the app, and here I'm gonna call it as a month selection.jsx. Add the default template and then save it. Obviously you can add a div over here, and here we'll simply add month selection like this and save it. Now in order to add the month picker, right, we're gonna use a shared cn library. So in that one, first thing I'm gonna use a popover. Okay, so this I'm going to use because if I click on this one, right, we want this kind of popover component. So let's install this popover first. And then once we have this popover, it's very easy to use. First import this statement, and then simply we'll use this popover. And let me show you the example that how it actually look. So if I save this one and let's go back to our application. Right now if I open this one, see, this is how it popover comes out. But definitely we're gonna modify this one. So let's format this document first, and inside the button trigger, that's where we are opening this calendar picker, right? Here simply I will add a button from the component, and here I will say month. For example, let's write month here right now. Here I'm gonna add a calendar icon, so calendar days icon, maybe we'll say days. For this button, let's add a class name. We'll make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, and text will change text length to 500. One more important thing, I'm going to give a variant as an outline, so it will show button with the outline only. Now if I save it, see, this is how it looks. If you think the icon, you want to change the size of the icon, you can change the size to height to 5, width to 5. Perfect. Now by default we'll give some value for this month, so let's define constant today is equal to new date, so it will get the today's date. Then constant next month is equal to add a month. So this add month actually use we can get it from the, let's import that one. So import add months. This need to be a curly braces. And from here we'll just say date-fns. Okay, so when we install the ShatCN, that also that date-fns library get installed, and inside the add month we'll just provide a current new date and the current month, so we need to pass as a 0. Okay, and the last we'll define a use state is equal to use state, and here we'll just simply provide the next month. And then once you define this month, you set the default month obviously, then we need to show this month inside this button, right? So for that one I'm going to use library called moments. So this moment library just format your date into a your required date. Okay, it's quite easy. So here we'll just display like let's say moment, then pass the month which you want to convert, and then do format. So here we just want to show the month, like month and the year, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so right now we use state, so make this component as a client one. Let's save it, and so it's saying fail to compile date-fns. Okay, let's check it out why. It looks like we don't have date-fns library, so let's install that one. So just npm I date-fns, and I think we are good. Let's see it. So right now we get this May 2024. Oh, 2 times. That interesting. Let's see why. Okay, so only for y we need to show, and now if you see we have the May 2024. Okay, and obviously on the click of that we need to show the calendar. So for the calendar we're gonna use a ShatCN calendar component. See over here, and again this will how it will look like. So it's very easy. First install this component, and then once you install, import this calendar import statement, and in order to use it you need to use this component. So inside the content we need to show the month. Now here a couple of things we need to modify inside the calendar properties. We don't want the on select date and all, so we'll remove it because we are just dealing with the months. So simply we'll provide the month as a month, and then we're gonna add on month change property. Okay, so this on month change property has a value which will whatever the month you selected, and here for now we'll just console that value in order to show you. Okay, also if I save this one and go back to our application, you will see the calendar. Let's give some styles. So we don't want border and all anything. We'll make it flex 1, and then justify center. So it now properly aligned. Perfect. Now if you see, you cannot select the date, but you can change the it's supposed to change it. Yeah, it's not changing because we are not setting that one. So here, along with setting value, we will also set the month with the value. Okay, now if I save it, now you can change the month. See, and on the selection of that one, you will also observe the console. See that what we are getting, right? It's getting the obviously first date, but it's getting us the month as well, and that's what we are required. Now as soon as you get this month selection, right, we will just set the value here. We'll say selected month, and then we'll pass this value. The selected months we will pass back to a parent component. So whenever we use from the selection of the month, we'll get the value and save it. That's all. That's how you can add the month selection component. The next component we want to add is a grade selection. So let's add a new file. Here we'll say grade select.jsx. Add the default template, and for the grade select, if you remember, inside the add student we already added the logic. So I will just copy this from the add student. We'll copy that select logic over here. So copy this one, add it inside the grade selection, and obviously we don't want this register, so I will remove this one. And obviously we need a grade. So for the grade, if you remember, we have the API call to get all the grade list, and obviously we want to use effect to execute that particular method. So I will just copy existing one, and we'll make sure we'll import the global API. We have the set grid. Okay, let's import the state to hold the grade value. Okay, and now this grade value we'll just iterate it inside this select option method. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go to the, let's import this particular grade select inside our attendance component. So after the month selection, here we'll call it as a grade select and save it. If I go back to our application, okay, let's make this grade select as a client side. So just mark it as a use client. And okay, we need to import the use state as well. And if you see, now we have the grades. We have one error. Let's see what's the issue. So okay, so obviously we use this. If I go to this month selection, right, we use inside the pop over trigger, we use our own button. So make it as a child, so you will not get that error. And now we have this beautiful selection of the grades as well. Here I'm gonna, for the selection grade, we have the padding of 2. Instead of that, I will add a padding of 2. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So let's go to the page.js where we have this month selection. Here I'm gonna give a label, and we call it as select month, and same label but text is different. Here we'll say select grade. So let me wrap this in one div, and this one as well in another div. And after that we need to add a button, and it will say search. Save it. Now after this one, for this div, let's add a class name, make it flex, gap of maybe let's say 4. Save it, and let's test this out. So if you see right now, select month is coming down. I also want this class name to be flex, not here. And let's make item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, and now for this complete div, we'll add a padding of 3. We'll add a border, we'll make rounded large. Let's add padding of 5 as well, and little bit shadow. So we have this proper section where user can have selection of month, then selection of grade, and then search functionality. After this, let's give a margin margin y to 5. So we have proper space over here. Perfect. So this is how you can add the month selection and grade selection. Now on the click of search, I'm going to add a new method. So here we'll say on click, we'll say on search handler. Now this on search handler will, for that one we'll create a new method. And the first thing from the month selection, we need to get the selected month. Okay, so for the selected month, let's say let's consider we are getting some value, and that value we need to store in some state. So here we'll define one state, we'll hold the value. So we'll say selected month comma set selected month is equal to use state, and same thing we're gonna use another state to hold the selected grade value. Like this. And now simply here we'll say set selected month and the value, and for the grade, so from the grade select, make sure whenever we have the selection, so over here we'll say on change method, we will use it. Here we'll say event e, and here we'll simply add a selected grade as event.target.value. So we'll get only that selected grade value, and this selected grade we're gonna pass back to our parent component. So over here we'll just accept it as a selected grade, and we'll set the value v as a set selected grade to v. And on the click of this search, we are just make sure we'll just console that we are getting the month and the grade. So here we'll say selected month comma selected grade. Let's save everything and let's test this out. So in attendance page, as we are using use state, make this as a use client, and perfect. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console and select some month, let's say we can select the April, select the grade, let's say 6th, and click search. And now if you see, we have the month, obviously it's a date, obviously we need to convert it later on, and now we also have the grade. Perfect. It means the implementation of the month selection and the grade selection is correct. Now we are going to fetch the student list along with their attendance. Currently inside our Drizzle Studio, let me refresh this once, and here we have the attendance and then we have the list of student. Let's add some dummy attendance. So here I'm gonna add a student ID as a 1. Here we'll have true present as a true, day I will say 1, and the month and the year, which is the 2024. I will add one more record, first at student ID 2. Here we'll say true, day I will give 1, and 05/2024. Okay, see, this is just a dummy data which I added. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the API, under the API folder, inside the app folder, we are going to create, let me close all of this tab, a new API endpoint, and we can call it as a attendance. Inside the attendance, let's create a route.js file, and then here we'll write export async function, as this is a get call, so get request, and then function. Inside that we'll just write constant result is equal to await db, make sure to import it. Now before writing it, let me tell you one more important thing. As we need to connect this attendance table and the student table together, it means we need to join these two table, depends on the student ID, means on the student ID, because obviously we already mentioned student ID inside the attendance, and we will match with this student ID inside this ID column, and then we'll make sure it matches, then we'll fetch that all of the data. So we'll say db dot select Okay, so inside this select we will need a couple of information. First thing, you can even write whatever the field you want or column name you want. Okay, that you can specify. So here I want the students dot name, then whether that student is present or not, so we'll say present as student, not student, but that present column will get it from attendance dot present. Then we want day, on which day, right? So that also will get it from the attendance dot day. Attendance dot day. The date as well will get it, so date attendance dot date. After that we want to fetch the grade information as well, so just in case we need it, so student, that will get it from the student dot grade. And the last is student id, that we need it, so student okay, so that will get it from the attendance only, the attendance dot student id, or we can get it from the student id, so that's actually better. So get it from the student dot id as a student id. And one more important thing is the attendance id, attendance record id, so that will be attendance dot id. Okay, so this much information we got it. Now we need to write from which table we need to get. So first is student, then we need to add left join. The reason that I'm going to add left join, even though in attendance the record means all the student record is not there, still it will fetch all the record from the student table. Obviously we gonna write a condition for that one. Now left join, it means on the student, and then on the right side we have the attendance table. So attendance, here we need to write on which field you want to match it. So on equal to, we have to write student dot id matches with the attendance dot student id. And then in where condition we will put equal to, and then student dot grade, if that grade is match with the grade which we are going to pass. So over here we need to pass that grade. So simply we'll write constant, here we'll say search param, because we'll pass inside the parameter, is equal to request dot next url dot search param. And then in order to get the id, not id, but in order to get a grade, is equal to request, not request, search params dot get, and then grade. Okay, and same thing we also get the constant, the month, it means the date, is equal to search params, or we can say month, that will be a little good, month is equal to search params dot get, we'll say month. And now here for the grade, right, because we add the equal the where condition, here we'll pass as a grade. And again one more where condition, here we'll say equal on attendance dot date, and we'll pass it as a month. Okay, obviously we'll format that one. And once we have all of these things, then we'll just simply return next, return the next response dot json and the result. Perfect. And then save this one. Now let's go to the global API inside the services. Right here we want to make a call. So constant, here we'll just say get attendance list, and here we'll pass the grade and the month. Here we'll say axios dot get slash API slash attendance, and for the query parameter we'll pass grade is equal to plus grade, and then and we want to pass a month is equal to plus month. Simpler. And then we just export this one so that we can use it inside our application. Now let's go back to our attendance page, and on the click of this search handler, right, we're gonna make that API call. So let's global API dot get attendance list, here we need to pass grade. So we'll say selected grade comma, because we already have this over here, right? And the selected month. So for the selected month we need to convert it first. So let's say moment, pass the selected month to this one, or simply we can do one thing here, constant month is equal to then moment dot selected month dot format, and here we'll simply add mm slash y. I think that's correct. I will just console it for if there is some error. So we'll just console the month, and then we'll pass this month over here dot then, and then we'll get the response as console dot response dot data. Okay, so let's test this out first. Now let's test this out. So let me open the inspect panel on the console, and here I'm gonna select the date, the month. Let's select the May only for now. You can select the grade as well, and then click search, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Now inside the result we have this 3 record. Obviously there is one record which for this name Rahul S, right? It has the 2 records inside the attendance for 2 different date, but the date is same. If you see, the month or this particular month is same, grade is same, everything is good. But the question is here, why it's not fetch all the data from the left table? It means from the student table. See, in student we have this 5 record, but it's only fetch those record which has the attendance. Then how to solve this issue? Only thing that we can do it here, that to update the query. So inside this attendance route query, right here we need to modify this query little bit. So inside the where clause, right, as we are also adding a condition on the attendance table, that's the reason we are facing that issue. So here we'll simply add or. Okay, make sure to implement this all from the Drizzle ORM, and then we'll add the equal to sign, or not equal to, but we already have inside the or, we already have this equal to. We'll keep this equal to inside this or, and along with that we are going to use is null operator. Okay, this is importing from the Drizzle ORM, and we'll just make sure that even though if it's null, just fetch it. So we'll put is null operator on the attendance dot date. And if I save this one, let's go back to our application. Let's save this one. Let me search it again. And now in this case, if you see, we fetch all the users who has the attendance. See, okay, perfect. That's what we wanted. So that's how you can fetch the data. Now next, what we need to do, we need to bring this in front of the. We already fetched that data inside the attendance page, right? Now we need to store this in one state. So let's first store it. So here we'll say attendance list comma set attendance list is equal to use state. Okay, and simply I will set it here as a set attendance list. Let me remove this console now because we don't need this anymore. Here we'll set use to fetch attendance list for given month and grade. Perfect. Next we need to pass this set attendance list to a new component that which we are going to create now. So inside the attendance folder we are going to create a new folder called underscore components to add all the components related to it, and here we'll say attendance grid.jsx. Add the default template and it will accept the attendance list. Let's save this, and after this inside our student attendance grid section, here we'll just add attendance grid, and then we'll pass the attendance list as a attendance list. Okay, now inside the attendance list we need to first thing we need to get the unique users from the list, because there might be an issue that may a result. For example, in this case, if you see, we have Raulius and Raulius, but obviously this 2 record is for the 2 different dates, correct? One for the day 1, day 2, and one for the day 1. Obviously what we need to do from the list, we need to get only the unique users. Okay, means we don't want to duplicate data for the given username in order to display that particular username inside our grid. It's quite easy actually. Let's implement the method called get unique record, and here we'll define constant unique, let's say unique record is equal to empty for now, and then we'll define constant, we'll say it, existing user is equal to new set. Okay, so we are going to use set in this case. It's very easy because set provide a lot of different properties, you'll get to know. So now here we'll say attendance list, so we'll have the attendance list dot for each, we'll iterate each of them, and here we'll just rename this to record, and here we'll check if that existing user dot has, if you see that it has a has method because set has the property, and we'll check record dot student id. So on the student id, because student id need to be a unique, if I go to over here, right, if you see it has a student id 1 and this record also has a student id 1, and that's, we don't want it, right? So that's the reason I get record dot student id. If it's not there, then we'll put that inside the existing, we'll put it in, we'll add inside the existing user. Here it has a method dot add, and then we'll add record dot student id. Okay, this will just track the whether that user is already added or not, but main thing, we will push that record inside the unique record. So here we'll just push inside the unique record. Okay, and once everything is done, we'll just return the unique record. Okay, it means we'll return this array. It's as simple as that. Now here we'll just set the document type use to get unique or distinct user list, and now this method we're gonna call inside the use effect whenever we have the attendance list, and here we'll say attendance list and an operator, and then or maybe we can just write like this, constant user list is equal to get unique record. That's all. And over here we'll define the row data because we want that one, row data comma set row data is equal to use state. And once we have this one, we'll say set row data as a user list. Perfect. So for the simplicity purpose, I will just console it just to make sure that everything is working fine, means we are getting the unique user list. So let's save both the files and let's go back to our application. Okay, so we are having error regarding the attendance list. Here we add an optional field, and if I select any month, select some, I don't know whether it's selected or not, yeah, and search it. Now if you see, we have the unique user, we have the five user inside our table, and in this case this particular user did not get duplicated, right? And if I go to our studio, now we have, if you see, we have only 5 records. Perfect. It means our logic which we implemented to get the unique record is working fine. Now another thing that we need to display, the column definition. So here we just define constant column definition comma set column definition is equal to use state, and inside that I'm going to provide the value for the field as id, another one the name, student name. So here I will say field comma name. I don't know why this it is coming. So we need to wrap inside the square bracket and then save it. Now here we need to implement the grid. So for that one, as you know that we already using the AG grid, so we will use the AG grid. So for that one we need to import this styling and import for the AG grid React. And after that, obviously we have the row data, we have the column definition, which is obviously not yet completed, but yeah, for the testing purpose we'll just check whether we are able to display the user's name or not. And here we have the AG grid React, we have the row data, we have the column definition, and then save it. Let's test this out. So we have the error that column definition, so okay, let's make it depths. I think now we are good. So obviously here we need to search every time, so we can fix this issue actually instead of searching every time, right? Because only on search you can display the result over here. If you see now, it's showing the result or the unique username. Under the ID we don't have the ID, actual ID. Here we'll provide as a student ID, and now if you see, we have the student ID over here. Perfect. Now the main important part here, to display the column which is for the given date, given month, right? So here obviously you can define like this. For example, let's say field as a 1, it need to be a string, I think. Then another field for the second month, and so on. And if you see now, we have that one, but this is not the way that we want, because some of the month has 30 days, some of the month has 31 days, and that's a problematic, right? And we cannot add the 30 field like this, right? The question is how to do it. So first thing we need to do is to calculate the number of days. Okay, so we need to calculate number of days in given month. Okay, after this we will store that in array, and then dynamically will set to column definition fields. As simple as that, right? So these are the some steps that we need to take it now. Now first thing, we need to calculate the number of days. So here I will write a method, we'll say constant days in month, and here we obviously will get the year, we'll get the year comma month, then we'll simply calculate new date, which will pass the year comma month plus 1 comma 0, and then we'll get the date from it. Okay, then obviously we'll call this, we need to call this, here we'll say number of days. So here first we'll calculate only how many number of days are there. So here we'll pass days in a month, and in that one we will need to pass year and the month. So obviously that year and month we need to get from the previous parent component, I think. Yeah, because here we have this selected month and date, right? Obviously. So let's do that. So we have this selected month here, we just passed the selected month, and we pass as a selected month, and the attendance list will fetch it as a selected month. Now obviously we need to format this, and then we need to pass it. So here we'll just pass moment, then selected month dot format, and first thing we need to pass is the year. So simply we'll say y, and same thing for the month. So we'll again convert this into month. Here we'll say mm, and this need to be a string, hopefully, and then save it. Now we have the number of days. So let's console the number of days first, and let's test this out. We might get an error, not sure. But if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything, search it, and if you see now, it get the number of month as a 31, because currently May is going on, right? So in May we have 31 days. Perfect. Next thing, we need to get the list of arrays. So here just we'll simply say days array is equal to array dot from, and then we'll simply pass the length. So here we'll say length as a number of days because we already have the number of days, and here we need to write condition underscore comma I, and every time it will do I plus 1, and this will give the days of array. Let's print this out as well. Oops. And if you see in the console, now we have the number of days, so we're starting from 1 to 31. That's perfect. Now we have the days of array as well. This particular line of code I'm gonna use above this use effect, okay, because we want to use that inside the use effect. Now the only thing we need to do is to update the column definition, because whatever days of array we have, that much field we need to create with that particular name, right? So simply here we'll do days array dot for each, and for we'll say for each date, right? We need to set the column definition. So with that we'll have the previous, we'll say previous data, we'll keep that as it is, because on the previous data we need to add on that this particular information. So here we'll say previous data comma, and then we need to add a field as a date. Okay, so this particular date as a field, make sure to make sure to convert it into a toString, because we want to in the string format. And let's save it and let's test this out. So if I refresh this one, now if you see we have the list of all the dates. Okay, let me refresh once because it executed multiple times maybe, and now if you see we have the list of all the dates. As use effect execute 2 times, that's the reason it gets to execute 2 times as well. So to fix this, right, because we have the attendance list, we can put inside this attendance list, and only attendance list is there, then only execute this line of code. Now let me refresh it again. Now we'll search some month, we'll search some dates, click search, and boom. Now if you see we have 1 2 3 and up to 31. See, now we have all the columns. Let's modify that column. So here after the toString we'll pass width as 50 because we don't want bigger width, and also we'll make this column as a edit table as a true. Let's save it and let's check it out. So let me search it again. I don't know search will work or not, but if I search this one, now if you see we have the result, and beautifully we have all the columns. Perfect. And the column size is quite decent, right? Now after this, obviously we need to add a checkbox. Okay, and for that checkbox we need to add one field inside our row data. So it's quite easy. So inside the not inside but yeah, inside the days of array, okay, we're gonna use the unique records. So we have the unique records somewhere, right? Oh, we have the user list. We'll use the user list dot for each, and inside this for each we'll have object. For example, obviously we'll iterate from the object, right? And here we're gonna add one more field. So each of this particular date, right, that particular field we're gonna add it. We can just use date, and here you can, for now we can just say false. Let's save it and then search this one, and boom, if you see now we have all the checkbox here, and these are the editable. Okay, so cool, and so beautifully we have all the checkbox for all these 3 months. Okay, now next, obviously we already have some data, and for some of the users we already have the attendance information, right, whether it's a present or not. So that's one also we need to show it, because if I refresh the screen, right, and if I search it again, right now if you see, nothing, none of the information is displaying on the screen, even though we have the attendance information. So let's add that one. So right now we are just making this date as a false. That's the reason in checkbox it's showing empty. Here I'm going to get one new method, and it will, we can call it as a, we'll check is present. Okay, and for this one we're going to pass student ID and the day. And for this method, it's a constant result, and we will just iterate from the student from the attendance list. So we have the attendance list, we'll just find it, the given element. So we'll say item, so we'll say item dot day is matches with the day which we are getting over here, and along with that obviously I'm going to match item dot student ID matches with the student ID. If this is if this everything is matched, then we'll return. If result is there, then we return true, otherwise we return false. And now this is present, we're gonna call over here as a is present. And for this method, for this is present, we are going to pass the object dot student ID comma date. So this particular date which we are getting. Now let's save this one. Let's go back to our application. Let's search again, and boom, if you see, for this user Rahul S, he present for this first and second date, and Harry Potter who present for the one date, and that's what is showing. See, the first, the student ID 1, this and this one, he present for 1 and 2, and this second user present only one day, and that's how you can display. So guys, I hope you understand this particular and complete functionality. I know this chapter is a big one, but this is very important because this is the main functionality of our application, and you will not find any project related to the student attendance tracking. And this is how beautifully we develop. Obviously, next thing we need to implement is to record the particular change for the record. For example, if user or teacher click on the this particular checkbox, we need to store that information inside our database, and also we need to take care of if what user uncheck this particular record. So we'll see you in this particular course. Now once you teacher mark this student as a present, right, what action need to take, and what if user again uncheck this particular student to mark it as absent, then what action need to take. That's what we are going to build in this particular section. So let's talk about this workflow. For example, teacher come on this attendance sheet, right, and obviously first it will check is this already marked as a present, right. So if it's already marked as a present, it means user again doing uncheck to this one, and then we mark it as a absent for that user. In that case, we need to make sure that we'll delete the record from the database. But if user is not marked as a present, it means it's absent, and then user want to mark it as a present, then we will insert the record, and again this loop will continue go on. Let's check with the example. So for example, here the John C, right. Now for this user, teacher want to mark it as a present. So if I click on this one, we have to make sure we will insert the record with the proper details. And again, if you user think, okay, no, I want to mark it as absent, he will uncheck this one. Okay, by default, if the record is not inside the attendance table, it means that particular user is absent or kind of thing, right. So by default, if you see, we showing as absent, but until and unless user click on this one, we then only we will say, okay, this user is present on a given day. So for that one, first thing we need to do is to build an API. So let me close all of this tab first, and then go to this attendance API. Inside the route.js, already we have one route to get the attendance list. Now we will create a post request. So I will write export async function. Here we'll say post, and then request result and the function. Here first need to do is to get the body. So we'll say constant data is equal to await request.json. So from this one we'll get the body, whatever body we send from the application, and then we'll use constant result await db dot insert. We have to give the table name, in this case is attendance dot values, and inside this value we will provide all the value which you want to store. So first thing, we need to store the student ID. So if I go to this attendance table, right, if you see, these are all the information we need to keep: student ID, present, day and date. So let's add that one. So we say data dot student ID, so obviously we'll get that from the data. Then next thing, we need to add a present. So whether student is present or not, it should be a boolean value. So this is data dot present. Then day, which is data dot day, and last is date, so data dot date. And then we'll just simply return the result. I will just copy paste this next response.json, and this is our simple post request. Now let's go back to our global API where we will make a call. So inside the service we have the global API. You write constant mark attendance, and obviously we'll pass a data which is the body for our post request. Then axios dot post, make sure it's a post call, then slash API slash attendance, and pass that body. Make sure to export this one so that we can use it and save it. Now let's go back to our UI side where we have the dashboard and attendance grid. Right now the question is how to detect which record or which checkbox user click, right? So for that one, if I scroll down a little bit, here I will give some documentation first. I will say used to check if user present or not, and over here right now we just provide the AG grid, row data and column definition. But for this one we have also provide one more property called on cell value change. Okay, so this will emit the event E, and let me show you the response of this event. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. I will just refresh it once, open the inspect panel, search the result, and inside the console, for example, if I click on this checkbox, right, say checkbox, and if you see this event is emitting. Now inside this event you will find a new value which is right now true, obviously that what we wanted. Then we want on which column, which is the field we wanted, and the last we want the student ID, which is we'll get it from the data, and if you scroll down you will get the student ID. Okay, so these all information we needed. So I hope you understand this event on all on sale value change. Now here I will just remove this one and I will say on. I will create a new method called on mark attendance. Okay, and here I will just simply pass couple of fields. One is the e dot column definition dot field, okay, on which field, which is the column obviously. Then the student ID, so e dot data dot student ID, and the last is the value, whether it's a true or false, right? So e dot new value. So these are information we needed, but let's create a new method now. So constant on mark attendance and the arrow function. So obviously it will take some parameters. For example, let's say day, on which day, then student ID, and whether the present or not. So we say present status. Now as I say, if present status is true, then only we want to insert the record. So here I will add a condition if present status is true. Then we'll simply make a global API call. But before that, okay, let me define the data first. So here we'll call constant data is equal to, and we'll define some data. So day, which belong to day, then student ID, which is the student ID, then present as a present status, and we need one more, which is the date. Okay, so date we need to format. So here I will just define constant date is equal to moment. So obviously we have the selected month, right? So from here, if let me show you once, so we have this selected month, right? So that's what we are formatting. We'll say format, and then we'll format according to our date format. Okay, so this needs to be a mm/yy, and then this date we're gonna pass it over here. Perfect. And then we'll simply make global API dot mark attendance, and here we'll pass the body as a data dot then response, and here I will say console.log. We'll just return the response, and along with that I will make toast message saying attendance. Okay, here we can say like let's say student ID, and here student ID in the string format mark as present. Okay, some kind of toast message, and I think that's good enough. Let's save everything and let's test this out. Here I will just write documentation used to mark student attendance. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let me close this and refresh the screen once. Let's search it, and now for the fifth, today is second, right? So we'll mark for the second as a, for example, Harry Potter as a mark true. And right now we got student ID, but we got object as a present. So let me check why we are getting object, because we have the student ID, right? So over here we have e.data.student ID. So something is not correct, but let me check in the database whether the new record get inserted or not inside the attendance. So it look like, see, in student ID 2 we have the present 2, the day 2, and the new record get added. Let's try for another one. So for example, John C for the 3, and now we got error. Say like 500 error. Let me refresh the screen. Let's restart the application. So sometimes it fail, I don't know why. So over here we don't need to use this curly braces because we already attaching to string and we are concatenating it, right? So we don't need to do it, and let's test this out. So let's search it, and right now if you see, for I will mark for the John C on a second, so I will mark it as a, and now it's showing the student ID 3 mark as present. Perfect. Now if I go back to our attendance, here if you see student 3 mark true for the day second, and this is the date. Perfect, right? Now once we mark it, and if you know it's getting saved, even though if I refresh the screen, right, and search it again, you will see the checkbox is still there. If I mark Jackson, I refresh the screen, and you will still say for Jackson we have this attendance which is already there, because we are obviously recording each of this attendance record. Now what if you uncheck it, right? We are not detecting uncheck. Even though if I uncheck it and refresh it, still you will find that it's there, right? So on the uncheck we need to make sure we need to delete the record. So let's go to the route again, and inside this route we need to create a delete endpoint. So here we'll say export async function delete request and the function curly braces. So inside that we will get the information through the search params. So here I will add search param is equal to request dot next URL dot search params, and then we'll get the constant student ID is equal to search params dot get, and here we'll simply say student ID. Okay, couple of things we want. Obviously we want the date and the day, because on the basis of these three combination we will delete the data, because we have to make sure that the record is deleted for the given day, for the given month, for the given record, right? And then simply we call constant constant result is equal to await db dot delete the database name, which is the attendance. Then where clause we need to add. So first thing equal, here inside that we'll add attendance dot student id matches with the student id couple of times. Oh, sorry, we want this one again. Attendance dot day, and this is day, and date, and this is date, and then we'll simply return the response. Perfect. So this is how simply we need to add a condition. Now once we have that one inside the global API, we'll just add mark absent. Here we need a student id comma day comma date. It's going to be a day and in small date, and this is axios dot delete. Okay, so make sure it's a delete endpoint, and then API slash attendance question mark student id is equal to student id, then plus and operator day is equal to day plus and operator and date is equal to date. So this is the query parameter which we pass, and then make sure to export this one and save it. Perfect. Now let's go back. Here everything is look good to me. Let's if the user mark it as absent, means if present status is false, then we're gonna call global API dot delete student record, and here we need to pass student id comma day comma date, the date which we already formatted, then response, and in this response we'll just say student id mark as a absent. Perfect. Okay, let's test this out. I saved this one, go back to our application. Here we already have data. Now let's mark this Jackson W as a unmarked, and if you see student id 5 mark as a absent. Okay, now if I go back to our application, the 8 record, right, you might see, oh, it's still there. Wow. So let me check why it's still there. It look like the data is not getting deleted. Then let's search it. Oh, that complete record get deleted. Let me check which. So in the route we deleted from the attendance only, and then we have everything correct. So by mistakenly we use the delete student record over here instead of delete. I don't think so. We exported this mark absent, so this need to be a mark absent. Okay, so my mistake, it's a huge mistake actually. Let's save this one because it's get deleted couple of student as well. So right now we only have 3 students. Let me check, and if you see we have 3 students. Let's mark the unmark this John C. So let me refresh this once and we'll search it. Now for the John C, I will mark it as absent. Okay, for the 2nd of May, and your student ID is 3, and now if you see it's get deleted whole records from the attendance. Incredible. I don't know, let's see the issue. Let me refresh it. Now if you see we don't have anything because it's deleted all the records. So let's go to the route and just take everything over here. So right now if you see our attendance getting deleted, so we need to change query inside the route. So to fix this issue we need to update this delete query. So over here instead of where, I'm gonna add operation, and inside that I'm going to add this all 3 equal to, because these 3 conditions should match, then only we want to delete the record, right? So here I will put everything over here, and obviously I'm going to remove this where clause because we don't need this anymore. Perfect. Now we have, and inside that we have 3 conditions, and I think we are good now. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let me refresh this once. then I will search this, and now let's see if we implement for these three. If you see for all of these three, we mark it as a present. Obviously I refresh and I just want to make sure that is saved. Now for the John C, I will undo this one, means I mark it as absent. Now if I refresh the screen, let's search it, and boom, if you see now for John C, it's marked as a absent. If same thing I did for the all the for all student for date 3, right? I remove this one, and if I refresh, you will see it removed, and now it means our delete functionality working as expected. Okay, perfect. Now couple of things here I'm going to add inside our attendance grid. The first and very important thing is to make it filter is as a true. So for this student ID, we'll make filter as a true, and for the name as well I will make filter as a true. Let's save this one, and if I go here, let's search it, and now you can even put a filter if you want to find something. See, perfect, right? So that's how you can add a filter if you want. After that, we also want to add a pagination. So if you remember for the student screen, we add the pagination. So I will just copy the pagination, this particular constant, and then inside the attendance grid I will use it here, and then from the list obviously we'll just add this pagination, and then you can just add for your AG grid. Let's save this one. Let's go back and make sure that the pagination get added. And now if I search this one, so something is not right. So if I search it, boom, see, it's work, and now we have the page size, the pagination as well. Okay, everything is working as expected. Obviously you can scroll it up to the 30 because until this 31st, because for May is 31st, right? So it's showing in the same way. So now we need to make some couple of fixes inside our logic. So currently if you just select some grade, right, and if I try to search it, we are not getting any result. And also even though if I change this month to a different month, right, still we have some issue regarding that. Okay, and that month query is also not working. If you see, we are not getting the expected student information. In order to fix this issue, let's go back to our route, the attendance route. Okay, so I'm inside the API/attendance, and inside the route here we need to make couple of changes. So first thing, we added this where condition and or operator inside this where. So first thing, inside the left join, we'll add the left join on two different column. So that's the reason I'm going to use AND operator. Inside the AND, we already have this condition, and then I'm going to put one more condition. So I will remove this month condition from here, and I will keep it on this side, and then we'll simply remove this complete where block. Here just put one more end tag, and I think we are good. So now if I save this one, go back to our application, and let me refresh the screen once. So right now if I go search for the 6th, right, if I search it, if you see, we got one record, because inside our database for standard 6th we have this only one record. Okay, now if I go to 5th standard, you might see there's 3 persons. Okay, because for the 5th standard we only have the 3 student enroll. But even though if I change this month, right, just observe the result, and if I search it, see, we got this information. Obviously you might see that why it's tick, because the record is already there inside the attendance for the month of June. Okay, so for the June you will see that one, and if I select the July, still we got the information, but we have this record. Now for the July, if I select all of this record, right, and if I go to the May again, see, now if I go to the July, see, it's there. All the information, whatever the update or operation we are doing, everything will be there. Only the thing is to fetch data in a specific format. That's the reason we modify this particular logic. So that's the one change that we did it. Now another change inside the student section. Now over here, if I try to add a new student, okay, and let's say this particular student I added, I will add in the 6th grade, and let's save this one. Okay, now if you see, it's saying the new student added, but our database is, or our list is not getting upgraded. If I refresh it, then you will see this information. Okay, so the question is how to fix this issue. So only thing that we need to do, as soon as we add the information, right, we will tell to this particular method that okay, now it's time to refresh your data, and that particular logic we already implemented in attendance section, but let's do it here as well. So let's go to the dashboard inside the student section, because we are on the student screen, and we have inside the add new student, right here. As soon as we add the information, right, add the new student, we gonna call refresh data. We will trigger the refresh data method. So this refresh data method will pass back to our parent component called page.js, inside the page.js. So inside the add new student, we'll get the refresh data, and now we'll call add get all student method, and then save it. Now if I refresh it once and try to add a new record, here I will say and let's add in 7 standard. If I click save, boom, if you see that new record is get added here. Okay, now obviously inside the attendance, now even though if you search for the grade 7th, you will see that new student. If you mark it as a true, if you come back from the 6th grade, for example, and again jump to 7th, you will see that particular student get recorded. So that's how you can update your logic. So this is the only 2 quick fixes that I wanted to tell you. Obviously if something comes up and I observed, I will obviously let you know. So for that one, you have to watch the complete video so that you will not miss any part while implementing or building this application. Let's talk about the today's video sponsor, Hostinger. Hostinger is only brand in India to provide an affordable hosting with a great feature like free domain, email and unlimited services. The Hostinger service is just start with 149 per month, and in that you will get 2 months of extra free services if you buy for a 12 month or 24 month or 48 months service. Now, Hostinger provide 100 of website to host it, 100 GB of SSD storage, unlimited free SSL, unlimited bandwidth, free mail, and most important, you will get a free domain worth of 800 rupees value. Now they also have different plan. You can go the one which you are like it. Now, as I told you, they also provide a different services like web hosting, cloud hosting, VPS hosting, and business email. You can even buy domains. They also have an option to for WordPress hosting and WooCommerce hosting. I'm using their services from last 4 to 5 years, and I never face any issue. But still, Hostinger give you the 30-day money back guarantee and 24 by customer support. Now, if you want to buy the Hostinger service, then you can use my code TubeGuruji and you will get exclusive 10% flat discount. The code and the link of this Hostinger and the coupon code is in the description. Go ahead and try it. Just one more important thing, that this code will applicable only for 12-month services or more than that. Now for our application, we are going to use Hostinger, and we are going to use MySql database from the Hostinger to connect our application, so that whatever data we want to store, we will store inside our MySql database, and which we are hosting on the Hostinger. So without doing any further delay, let's click on the link in the description. Try this out, give a try, and use the coupon code TubeGuruji to get extra 10% off on your value at the checkout. Now it's time to implement the dashboard for our application. As you see in the mockup, on the dashboard we are going to show the total student, then percent of the student who is present and the absent percentage as well. Obviously the teacher will select the month and the grade for which the dashboard will update automatically, depends on that their selection. Also along with that we can show a bar chart along with the how many are present, how many are absent with the help of bar graph representation, and along with that for a complete month how many are with the help of donut chart we will show the present and absent percentage as well. And there are a lot of things that you can add it as well obviously, and I'm going to tell you how can we do that. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of these tabs first, and inside the dashboard component, right, we are going to implement the dashboard screen. So inside the page.js file, first thing, let's add a class name. We'll add a padding of 10. Here I'm gonna give heading, we'll say dashboard, and add a class name, font bold, text to Excel. And if I go back to our application now, let's refresh it, and along with the dashboard text we want to show the two more components which we already created, if you remember. So inside there we have the grade selection and the month selection. So simply we will add month selection. To this month selection it provides the selected month, so we need to add a state. We call selected month comma set selected month is equal to use state, and simply we'll set the selected month. Along with that we need to set also a grade select, and for this grade select obviously we'll get the selected grade, and for to hold that value we'll add the selected grade state, and here we'll simply add select set selected grade. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, we have these two components. Now let's bring all of this component in one line. So I will wrap this all of these things into one div, and then let's add a class name flex, item to be in the center, and then justify between. For this div as well I'll make class name flex, item to be in the center, and then gap of 4. If I go back, and this is how it looks. So here you can select the date, a month, then here from you can select the class which you want to, or sixth class or something like that, and then obviously we are storing inside these states. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna call one method. So here we'll say constant get student attendance, and here we're gonna simply call global API dot get attendance list, and here we need to pass a grade which is selected grade and the month. So obviously we need to format this month using this moment. Then we need to add the selected month dot format, and with the help of month slash YYY, and then we will, as this is a promise, we will make then response like this. Let's console the response first, and just to make sure that we are getting the result, and this get student attendance we're gonna call inside this use effect. Okay, now let me uncomment this set theme for now, and whenever the selected month is available, okay, or when selected grade or selected month is changed or available, right, that time get student attendance will get called. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Go to the console. Here if I select the some date, right, if you see we got the data. Let's select the May because we have a lot of data inside May, and I will select the standard as a fifth one, and I don't know whether we got the data or not. So for the 7th we got it. It's not working for this set selection of the grade. Let's see what's the issue. So maybe select grade is not working as expected. So from this one we are setting the grade, So selected grade we are passing back, that's good. Just make sure, let's do one thing, let's console the value, so we'll get to know whether we are getting the data or not. So inside the console, okay, let me clean this one, and if I change this, now we are getting data. Perfect. Now here we'll set the, not here, set selected grade. Okay, maybe we incorrectly add some logic, but now if I change this one, we got something right, with some error at least. So it's saying selected set selected log is not a function, because yeah, clean this out and then test this. Maybe let's select May, let's select fifth standard. So somehow this logic is not working as expected. Let's do one thing, let's create a 2 use effect, and one for the selected grade and one for the selected month, and let's test this out. So for the 6th, if you see, we got the data. For 5th we have lot of data. If I change the month, if you see, now we got the data. Perfect. And that's what we wanted. Okay, so the logic is now working as expected. Let me remove this line of code. I don't know, it's supposed to work, but sometimes it happens. Anyway, here I will just document like use to get student attendance for given month and date. Now once we have this data, right, I'm going to create a new component inside the dashboard, and we can call it as a status list.js. Add the default template, and inside the status list we're gonna keep our all the cards which we want to show, right? So here I'm accept attendance list, and from the dashboard, after this div, let's add the status list, and then we'll pass the attendance list as a attendance list. Okay, so this attendance list we're gonna pass again. Let me check whether we are storing or not. So let's get the attendance list first. Set attendance list is equal to use state, and here we'll simply set the attendance list. Okay, and now once we have the attendance list, we'll go to the status list, and here we will receive inside the status list. Now next thing is very important, we need to calculate the total student. Okay, so here I will define the total student comma set total student is equal to use state. Okay, and the next is person present. Okay, so press here we'll say, just say constant present percentage comma set present percentage is equal to use state. Initially I'll put 0, total student I'll put 0. Okay, perfect. Now the question is how to calculate the total percentage, total present percentage. Okay, so it's very easy. The logic is simple. We need to get attendance list for that given month and grade. Okay, so here we'll attendance list length we can call. Okay, then we have to divide it by the total number of students. So here we'll say number of students into the number of days. Okay, means obviously if there are 5 days in the given month, so that one we have to do. Then attendance list by length divided by number of students into number of days, and then last I will just wrap this into 100, because we want a percentage, right? So into 100. So that's how you calculate. Don't worry if you have confusing this one. Okay, so this need to be like this. Okay, number of student into number of days, and then we have divided the attendance list by this particular logic and into 100. Okay, so let's do one by one. So first thing, we need to get the unique total student, right? And if you remember, we already have the total student which we use inside our attendance. Maybe, yeah, maybe in attendance only, right? To get unique attendance list. So inside this attendance grid, if you remember, we have the used to get distinct user list, means to get a total number of user, right? So here what we can do, we will reuse this component. Okay, either you can export it from here so that we can use in some other component, okay, or you can put this particular code logic inside one file. So inside the services folder, I'm going to create a new file called services.js, and inside this I will paste this line of code. Here just I will export this one like this, and then we just export it so that we can use it. And here we'll need to pass this attendance list. Okay, so here I will pass the attendance list so that we can pass to this, and our logic will implement, and then we'll get the unique record. Perfect. Let's save this one. And obviously inside the attendance list where we use this get unique record, right, make sure to import this particular method from the services. Okay, and obviously this kind of reuse you need to implement when you are building a big application. Now inside the status list, let's implement the use effect over here. So first thing, here I will add a logic if attendance list is there. So I will add if attendance list is there, then first thing we need to do is to get the total student. So here I will write constant total student. Oh, we already implement this. I have the stage total student. So here we'll simply add set total student. First we'll say total student is equal to get unique record, and here we'll pass the attendance list. Okay, and then we'll set the total student as a total student. After this I need to get the current day, okay, of the given month. So it's very easy. We have to write today is equal to moment dot format, and we'll get the only a single day. After this we need to calculate the present percent. So present percentage is equal to, now here is the magic. So first thing, we need to get the attendance list dot length, then divided by, we need to get the total student into, check this into number today. Okay, so current date. Obviously this total student need to be a length. We need to calculate the length of that one into a number of the day in the given month, and then we have to divide it by multiply it by 100. Okay, now obviously we'll console this result, just make sure that we are getting the correct result. So present percentage, my bad, and then save it. Let's test this out. So we got this error that is saying attendance list for is not function. So maybe let's check in page.js, and if you see over here, when we save the data, it need to be a response.data because we are using NextJs, and in NextJs we have a lot of configuration, and but in that one, if you go to the response.data, then you will get the actual result. And now I think we are good. Let's test this out. So right now if I select this, select the 5th for example, and if you see we have 18 student and the percentage is 60. Okay, now just to verify whether it's a 60% or not, I will search for the 5th grade. Okay, let me search for the 5th grade. I don't know why the data is not getting over here. Oh, so I just refresh it and now it works. And if you see for the given month, right, the total percentage, because there are these two, means there are 4 people are absent, means 4 times it's absent, right, from the all of this, and that's the reason it's showing that percentage, which is little, or it's kind of 60%. Now here make sure that we update everything. If I go to this attendance, if I search for the 5th, if you see we have this 2 people who absent for 2 days, and that's why it was showing as a 60%. Okay, now next thing, we need to display it in the card. So for inside the component folder, I'm going to create a new file called card.jsx and add the default template. Now here we can reuse this card. That's the reason I created a different component. Inside this, we need to accept some of the parameter like icon, then the title and the value. If I go to the status list here, inside this status list, I will add a card component. Inside this card component, we need to send icon. So you can directly pass the icon, the icon component over here. So for example, I will pass graduation cap icon. The title we want to add as a total student, and the value which we already have as a total student. Obviously we're gonna copy this same card couple of times, but we will change some value here. We'll say trending up, here we'll say trending down, and here we'll add percent present, total percent present, total percent absent, and here we'll simply add percent. I don't know whether we save this data or not, so let's save this percent present, and then here we'll say present percentage, and in order to get absent, obviously we need to do the minus from the 100, right? And make sure we'll convert it into to fix to 1, and here as well we'll change this to fix to 1. Perfect. Now we have these 3 cards. Let's save it and let's go back to our card component. Now inside this card component, let's add one div for the icon. So here I will just add icon like this, and after this I will add another div to add the value, so and the title. So this is the first title and then value. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, and if you see, we have all the data, but we got one error. That's fine, we can solve it. So this error because we are not storing the total student length, so this need to be a length, and if I save it, now we got the proper result. Perfect. Now let's go to the card and apply some styling. So first thing, let's add a class name, make it flex, and item to be in the center. We'll add a gap of 5, and we'll add the background sky as 100. We'll make the rounded corner as a large, and we'll add some shadow like this. Now obviously I will just uncommented this icon, but now we have the icon. Let's apply some styling to this icon. So add a class name, we'll add a padding of 2, height of 10, width of 10. We'll make rounded full. Background we'll put white, and text primary like this. Perfect. After this, here I think this is good. For this tag I will add a font bold, and here text large. Now we need to put in the form of grid also. Here I'm going to add some padding. Let's add a padding of 5. We add 7, and to this status list, here I'm going to add a class name, make it grid column 1 when the screen size is small. When screen size is medium, we'll say grid column 2, and when it's large, we'll say grid column 3. And this is how it looks. Obviously we need to give some gap, so add gap of 5. Perfect. And now we have these beautiful cards. Here we'll give some margin, so we'll add up margin Y to 6. Perfect. And now here you have all the details. So obviously it's showing the total student, the total percent present, and total percentage absent. Okay, if you think you can just add, if I go here, maybe you can just add it here plus percentage sign. so that it will show percentage, even though you do not show over here, that's also fine. And couple of more here. I will add text to Excel. Let me see how it looks. I think text Excel. Let's keep as it is. Now we are going to show the chart on our dashboard. So it will be the bar chart, and for that one we're gonna show the number of students present for a given day, and along with that we're gonna show number of students absent for a given day, and obviously we're gonna show for the latest 7 days information. So for that one we need to create one API endpoint. So go to the API, and here I'm gonna add a new folder. We can call it as a dashboard, and inside that I'll add route.js file. So in this folder we'll make a get call. So just write export async function get request, and inside that we'll just add we need to get some parameter. So we'll add search params is equal to request dot next URL dot search params, and through that we'll get the date, which is equal to search params dot get date, and another to get the grade. You can call it as a class as well, okay, grade. Now we'll get the result using the await db. Make sure to import it dot select, and we need to select some specific column. So first thing we will select the day, so we'll get attendance dot day, and along with that we'll need to get present count. So this present count, in order to get it right, we need to add some aggregation or arithmetic operations. So here we'll import the SQL, then we need to get a count, so we'll write count, and in that one let's add attendance dot day like this, and that's all. Now obviously the table is attendance, and after that we will join this table through the inner join with the student table. After this on which column we need to apply, so here we need to write that one. So attendance dot student id comma student dot id. Then we'll group by, because we are fetching the count right here. We want to count it, so we need to apply the group by clause, group by, and here we need to add attendance dot day. Okay, after this we will add the where condition, and this where condition will be on the two field. One is on grade and one is on the date. So here I will add AND operator, then equal sign, and then attendance dot date is equal to date, means we are matching with the given date, and same thing we're gonna do it for the grade as well. So here comma equal student dot grade comma grade. Okay, and simply we'll order by it in the descending order. We'll say attendance dot day, and then we'll limit only latest 7 result. Perfect. And the last we need to return the response, so return next response dot json, and we'll return the result. Now here make sure to import this equal from the Drizzle ORM, the AND as well from the Drizzle ORM, okay, the descending, otherwise you will get an error. Okay, so make sure to import all of these things, and I think we are good to go. Now once we have this API endpoint, let's go to this global API. Here we'll call this method, sorry, call this API endpoint. We can call it as a total present absent or total present count by day, and here we pass day and grade. This will be a get call, so axios.get, here is API /dashboard. and make sure to export this one. Okay, and save it. Now inside our dashboard page, we'll create a new method to call that API. Here we'll say get present, or we can call same thing, get total present count day, count by day, like this. And inside this one, we need to call global API dot total present count day. Here we need to pass date, so date will be in the format of this one only. So I will just copy and then obviously selected grade as well. Dot then here we'll write the response. So console.log response.data. Now this particular method we're gonna call the similar way and save it. Now let's go back to our application. Go to the inspect panel. We have console over here. Let me refresh the screen once. And right now we got an error regarding the dashboard. It means the dashboard, something in the API endpoint is not correct. So let's test inside the console. So over here, if I go let's find some error. It's saying cannot find the property of undefined get. So let's check. Okay, so over here we have the error. I think that's because we add this date and grade, but we did not pass the information. So here we pass it as a date and then and grade is equal to grade. Okay, so make sure to add these query parameters, and let's save it and let's test this out. So I refresh this one, and if you see now we got the day 2 which is having a present count as 8, and for day 1 we also have present count of 8. To verify it, right, if I go to this 5th date, right, and you will see we have total 8 count. Okay, so because we have total and 2 of them is not there. If I go to this next day, which is June, and search it, we only have 1. Okay, let's test for the June as well. So if I go here for the 5th only, go to the console and we'll select the June, and if you see we only have 1 count. Perfect, it's working. Now let's go back to our application again and let's save this information in one state. So here we'll add constant total present count. I will say total present data comma set total present data is equal to use state, and then we will pass it here, set total present data. This need to be a T, so I will just fix this. Now once we have this one, we will create a new component inside the dashboard component folder for the bar chart. So here we'll say bar chart component.jsx and add the default template. Here for this bar chart we will send the list which contain the attendance list, as well as which also has the this total bar chart list. So I will just use this same keyword and save it. Now here after status list, I'm going to add a div. Inside this one div, I'm going to add bar chart component, and to this bar chart component we'll pass the attendance list as an attendance list, and then total present data as a total present data. Now I'm going to add one more div here, and I will divide our screen into 2 parts. So here we will give grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, but when it is medium we'll say grid column 3. Out of this grid column 3, we'll give on the screen size of medium, we'll give the 2 column to this particular div. Let's save this one, and if you see we have this bar chart component text showing. Now in order to show the bar chart, we are going to use a rechart library. So if you never use this rechart, is very powerful graph library and very easy to install. In my previous video as well, I used install this particular library. So first thing, let's go to the guide, and this is the command in order to install this library. So just open a new terminal. Here I will clear this one and paste it here. After this, go to the API, and obviously we want to show bar chart. So this is the example we want to show, and here I'm going to use same example because we want to show a present and absent data. So copy this bar chart, and let's go to this bar chart component and paste it here. Now make sure to import all of this bar chart import statement like this. So do the control space, you will get the suggestion, and make sure to import it and bar. Okay, now if you see over here, this bar chart has the proper we are passing the data as of value, right? So same thing we need to do, we need to pass a data information, but before that we need to make sure we will add absent and present information. Currently inside our result, inside this total present data, we only have the day and the present count. Okay, we also need to add the absent count as well. So here I will create a new method called format attendance list count, and simply I will use constant. First I will get the total student, so total student is equal to get unique record, and here we pass the attendance list to get the number of student, and then we'll get constant result and we'll map the data. So total present data dot map, here we'll say item, the arrow function, and day, each of this information. So day, then we'll say present count belong to item dot present count, and then absent count, which is the new information which we are adding. So here we'll say item, not item, but here we'll first convert the total student dot length minus, we'll make sure it's number, and then item dot present count. Okay, as simple as that. And once we implemented this one, we have the result. Now this result we will store in one state. We say data comma set data, the data which we want to provide to the chart. Here we'll say set data as a result. We'll console this information, so console result, and save it. Now obviously this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. So we'll just call format attendance list count, and we'll call whenever we have the attendance list or we have the attendance total present data. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and over here let me refresh the screen once. So inside these two data, right, we have the absent count, and then we have the day along with the present count. Okay, so that's what we want. Perfect. So now we have this data information over here. Obviously now in order to show the information, right, which column or field you want to show, that you need to provide inside the data key. So in this case we want to show the present count, so I will just add present count over here, and another is the absent count, so the absent count, and save it. Now if I go back and boom, if you see, we have this present count and absent count for this 2 days, because right now only 2 days record we have. Next, you can even change the data key name, whatever data key name you want. So here I can update it with the day as a data key. Now you will see the result 1 and 2. After this, you can make this bar chart as a responsive. You just need to wrap it inside the responsive container and then give width inside in percentage format. Okay, and the height as well you can give, for example, let's say 300, and wrap your bar chart inside this responsive container. You don't need to give width and height now. Let's save this one. And here, if you think right now, if you see, the present count and absent count text is showing, but you can rename that text. So here I will just say name, and we say total present, total absent. Save this one, and if you see now, it's changed to total present and absent. Also on hover you will see the tooltip with this information. Now I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll add a padding of 5, we'll add some border rounded, we'll add large and some shadow effect. After this I'm going to add h2 tag, and we'll say we'll give the some title called attendance. We'll add by margin y to 2, and we'll say font bold, text large. Perfect. Okay, so this is how you can add. Now if I go to the attendance, okay, and search for the 5th attendance, and for the 3rd I'm going to add this attendance information. Okay, see, now I just kept one people which is absent, so I did not mark it as a present one. Now if I go to the dashboard, now you'll get the third data. In that one we mark 9 student as a present and 1 as absent, and along with that we'll see the percentage as well. Okay, so that's how you can change. If you want to change for 6th, it's different, for 7th is different. Let's go to the 5th, and there's some mismatch in the data, but yeah, we can check it out what's the issue. And for this is for April, this is May. Okay, so there is the mismatch in the data when we change this one, so we'll get fixed in the next section. So currently if you try to change the grade or class from 5th to 6th, you might face this kind of issue, right? It's actually persisting the previous data and not updating the student information. So there are 2 changes that we need to make. So let's go back to our application and let's go to the dashboard route.js inside the API. Over here we need to change this or modify this query. First thing, we will move this date equal to from here, and we're gonna add it here. Okay, but inside this inner join we'll make AND operator, and then we'll put this query. Oops, like this, and close the tag, and from here we'll remove this AND operator. Also you can make this as a left join and then save it. And even though obviously it will not update immediately, but one more thing after this one, let's go to our dashboard not bar chart, but inside the page.js, where we are calling the API the get total present count by day. Right here I will remove this one, and instead of calling separately we'll call in one use effect, and I will call the get total present count day first, because this query is a little complicated and it takes some time to execute, right? So better fetch that one and then fetch the student attendance. And now if I go over here, right, and if I change to 6, now you will get the proper data. See, and let me compare this with the actual data. So currently for the 1st, 2nd and 3rd, if for the 1st and 2nd we have the total present 8 and absent 2. Now if I go to this 5th standard, if you see, for the 1st we have total 2 absent and out of and 8 are present. That's what it's showing. Okay, for these 2. And for the 3rd, date 3rd, right, we only have 1 absent. So if you see, for the 3rd we only have 1 absent and 9 are present. Now move to the 6th standard. Okay, and if I check this to 6th standard, we only have 2 students. Out of these 2 students we have 3 dates, and out of 2 is 100% and 3rd is only 50%. And here you will see. Okay, and same thing 7th. Now even though if I let's go to 5th, and if I move to the June, for example, right? Okay, so it took some time to update, but if you see now only out of we have only 2 date. So if I move to the 5th standard and June 2, if you see, right, for only 2nd date we have the information, and in that one we have total present 1 and 9 are absent. So see, only 1 present and 9 are absent. Okay, so automatically whatever the that information you add, right, it automatically detect it and it will show it on the screen. So that's how this is the quick fix that we made it. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to implement the pie chart. On the pie chart we are going to show the how many are present and percentage for the complete month. So for that one, this is the pie chart example that we are going to use it. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside the component folder let's add a new file called pie chart component.jsx. Add the default template, and then we'll copy this line of code from here and then simply just paste inside this div. Now once you add this one, right, make sure to import this pie chart from the rechart and this pie as well. Now obviously we only want the outer radius, means the outer one, so I will remove the first one. Over here we need to define the data. So for now if you see, right, this is sample data, we can take it. So I will just use this sample data, and here I will pass as the data 01. Okay, and then inside our page.js, inside this div, we will add our pie chart. So we call it as a pie chart component and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the pie chart is showing on the screen. Now currently our pie chart is showing on the right hand side, and we need to also give some styling to this one. So first thing first, let's bring this, we'll align it along with the main bar chart here. Just wrap it inside the responsive container. Make sure to import from this rechart, and then here we'll give the width as a 100% and height will give as a 250, or you can give for example 300 as well, and then close this one and wrap around the pie chart. Now if I save this one, see, this is how it looks. Also you can add a border, so we'll add a border, we'll add a padding of 5, and we'll make rounded large. Also we go inside this text, we're gonna add a h2 tag, and we'll say monthly attendance, and here we'll add a font bold, text Excel. Perfect. We'll just make text large, so it will same like this. Okay, then if you think it's touching it, so we need to give some gap to this grid. So here we'll add a gap of 5. Now we have proper gap. Now let's update the color combination of this particular text, and obviously we need to update the value. So inside the pie chart, right, we need to update this value as well. So first thing, we need to calculate the total percentage and absent percentage, and if you remember inside the status list we already know how to calculate it. Okay, so I will use this use effect as it is, and then I will use it inside the pie chart. Make sure to import this use effect, and obviously we need to get the attendance list from the parent component so that we can modify it. Make sure to import this get a unique record. We don't need this total student to save it. Okay, and then we have this present percentage here as well, we don't need this one, and for now I think we are good. Okay, now here I will define one state. We'll say data comma set data is equal to use state, and the format of this data will be like inside the array of object, okay, which contain name and the value. So over here we'll just add set data. Inside this set data we need to add name as a present, we'll say total present, and value will be this present percentage. Same thing we're gonna do it here for the absent, and here if you remember we just need to do 100 minus present percentage. Okay, now this data we need to pass to our pie chart instead of this dummy data, and let's save this one. And if I refresh the screen, obviously you will not see anything because we did not pass the attendance list. So go to the page.js, and over here we'll pass the attendance list as an attendance list. So we got error that moment is not defined, so let's go here and import the moment and save it. And also we'll make it as a to fix to 1, and this one also to fix to 1. Okay, let's save it and let's go back. Let's refresh the screen once, and now if you see we have this 83.3% and some information as well on this side. Also I will convert this into a number, and same thing I will also change this to number. And let's save this one. Let me refresh the screen. Still we have something is not correct. Let's see what's the issue. Okay, so I just refresh it, and now if you see it works. Okay, now here we're gonna change this color as well. So similar like this, we will update the color of this pie chart as well. So here we have option called fill. Okay, and inside the fill we'll just add the color code which you want to apply for the present. So I will just go to this bar chart and I will use this color code over here, and here as well I will add a fill and the color code for the absent and save it. Okay, now once you're done with this one, right, I think we need to remove this fill which is default fill, and now if I refresh the screen you will see the change. See, now it has a monthly attendance and the absent percentage as well. If you think you can remove this and apply it to the whole number, like this. Let's save it, and if I refresh it now you will get a proper number. Maybe we need to convert it into a number again. Let's see. Okay, something again not correct and the way I want, but let's keep as it is for now. Perfect. And even though if I change this percentage, you will see it's also update our pie chart as well. Okay, so if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And as I told you, this is completely responsive, and if I go to the smaller screen, this is how it looks. On the bigger screen, see, it's completely responsive, because we also not only the UI but also we modify the chart so that it will be a responsive, depends on the any device size. So guys, that's all for this particular video and the course. So in order to deploy this application, you can always refer my previous video where you will learn how to deploy this application on a cloud for free with the help of Vercel. Now, if you really want to extend this application furthermore, right, then please give the 1000 likes for this video, and then I will definitely make the upgraded version of the student tracking attendance application and with the new features. So guys, we'll see you in the next video. But if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, press like button, hit the notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and please share this video with your friends and family.